Thank you, sir.
All right, good morning and thanks for joining our meeting today. I think the main meeting will talk about the EV charging proposals that were sent back to us to take a look at. John, would you like to go through the roll call?
Yeah.
And
All right, Andrew,
Chris said he might be a little bit late. I'm here.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that email. Let's see. Make these as they go. Sue Kaufman.
Here.
All right. Mark Sniffen.
Present.
Sean Carlstrom. All right. Corey Thomas. Todd Byruther.
Here.
Robert Draper. Robert isn't here. And you said Chris was going to be running late? Is Chris here? Chris?
I figured it out on the phone. I'm here.
Oh, right on.
Thank you, Chris.
Welcome. Al Spalding.
Here.
And Mike Barth. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like we have a quorum.
All righty, perfect. Next up, review and approve the agenda. Actually, let's go back to introductions. If anyone from the public would like to introduce yourselves, please do so now.
And just as a point of order, we, as recommended by the council, we invited members, all members actually, from the Energy Code Technical Advisory Group. So I hope we have some of these folks here.
This is Jill Anderson, Chair of the Energy Code Technical Advisory Group.
Thank you, Shell. Welcome.
Thanks for inviting us to your meeting.
Patrick Hayes from the Energy Code Technical Advisory Group.
Thank you, Patrick.
Morning, this is Rod Much. I'm the L&I electrical representative to the council.
Thanks for joining, Rod.
This is Irina Rasputnis from the Energy Code Tag.
Thank you, Irina.
Luke Howard from the Energy Code Tag and Department of Commerce.
Thanks, Luke. Welcome.
Scott Henderson from the Energy Code Tag and the Building Commissioning Association.
Thanks, Scott.
Micah Chappelle, Seattle Department of Construction and Inspections, also SBCC member representing code officials.
Thank you, Micah.
This is Michael Barth. I am here. I have no internet service, so I'm on my phone today for the meeting.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Andrea Smith from Building Industry Association of Washington.
Thank you, Andrea.
Larry Beals, good morning, representing Sound Transit.
Thank you, Larry.
Chris Burrows with Puget Sound Energy and the Energy Code Tag.
Thanks, Chris. All right, Kathleen, you've got your hand up. Do you mean to?
Yes, thank you very much, Andrea. Kathleen Petrie, King County.
Thank you. Welcome. All righty, let's move on now to reviewing and approving the agenda from last. Reviewing and approving the agenda. So as I mentioned, we've basically got the EV charging proposals to go over. Any comments or changes to the agenda, or if not, I'll take a motion to approve it.
This is Todd. Motion to approve.
Thank you, Todd.
I'll second that. This is Sue.
Thanks, Sue. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And the motion passes. Next up is approving September 15th meeting minutes.
This is Todd. I move to approve.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah.
Any second?
This is Sue. I'll second.
Thank you, Sue. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Is anyone opposed? And motion passes. All right, so Stoyan, I will hand the everything over to you to speak, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I like to talk. It was 4 hours the last time or so. I hope it will be less than 4 now. What I'm showing now is why the council is required to modify section 429 that was just adopted and became effective less than a month ago. So this is House Bill 1287, and here is the council responsibilities. First, 3A, the rules adopted under this section must exceed the specific minimum requirements established under subsection 2. And subsection 2, these are the requirements that the council just adopted. As I said, they became effective about a month ago. And this is the controversial exception, R3 versus 1 and 2 family dwellings. What does it mean? And I will address this again when I'm introducing the proposal.
What we see on the screen is Explorer, not language. I don't
I'm
know if
sorry?
you intend to show code language.
Yeah, you're sharing the wrong screen. Thanks for pointing that out.
Which one I'm sharing?
It's got, yeah, your file explorer there. So it's got HB 1280. Yep, where your mouse is now.
Well, that's supposed to be on my screen is the PDF document that okay. Let me try again. Give me a second. Sorry about that. What about now?
Yeah, perfect. That's good.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Usually John is running this. You can tell how important he is. Okay, so here is again 1287. This is the House bill that requires the council to adopt electric vehicle provisions. Must exceed the specific minimum. You can follow my mouse, right? Minimum requirements established under subsection 2. And as I said, the subsection 2 is the subsection that required the council to adopt changes to the electric vehicle provisions, and these changes were just adopted. There used to be an exception for residential R3. This exception was eliminated. Again, I will address this when we get to the code language. So this is the implementation date, July 1st, 2024. There were several questions. I think Micah was asking why we're in a hurry now and not later, because the effective day is not July 1st, 2023, it's July 1st, 2024. Well, we wanted to use the current 2021 code adoption cycle, because if we do out of cycle activity, it will require more time and more expenses, if you will, and I will cover the budget during the council meeting tomorrow. So I don't want to talk about it now, but I'll be able to provide more information if we get there. So this is 1287, and there is another proposal. So I will start with the proposal that the council staff developed. Can you see the document, section 429? Okay, I will start with this, and there is another proposal that was submitted, Kathleen, and these two proposals, they can be merged. The problem is that before merging the two proposals, we need a decision where the TAC and where the council wants to go. This proposal that you see on the screen, it adds requirements for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes, and the rest of it for multifamily and other occupancy classifications. The rest of it, the intent is to clarify the language that is currently part of 429. It wasn't intended to provide more restrictive, more stringent requirements. And the other proposal, as it was submitted, 196, and then Kathleen, I hope she will be able to talk about it. It goes one step above, and it requires a charging equipment, not charging infrastructure. Okay, and we can clarify this later. So the important part for this proposal that I'm showing here is the intent is add new requirements for 1 and 2 family dwellings and keep the rest of it the same as it was. Just provide more clear language, because we're getting many questions about what exactly the current language requires. Okay, so we discussed this for 4 hours, the last technical advisory group meeting. It went to the council. The council referred it back to the TAG, asking for more stakeholders to get involved in the discussion. And I don't know, Andrew, how you want me to run this. Just ask, wait for questions, or go section by section. I'm not sure what is the better option.
Yeah, I guess, we can go section by section for now. If there are any questions, speak up as we're there. Unless other folks have a different idea how you'd like to proceed.
So 429.1 is referring to 2 sections. 429.3 just separates the requirements. One section for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes, and the other section is for everything else. There are 2 exceptions. If there is no public utility or commercial power supply, and dwelling units without garages or other on-site parking. Again, the language was modified. I followed the recommendations from the TAC members that were received during the last TAC meeting. So this is the modified, the revised proposal.
So this is Mark Sniffen. I have a kind of an overall question. Right now I have several projects that are under review, and I had told the architect that I had awareness of this House bill and that the date had already started. So I'm kind of obligated to apply the House bill's rules to these projects, I think. Is there an emergency ruling that we have to put together prior to even introducing this? Because this is a law now. Or should, as a building official, should I be applying this?
The confusion comes with, there are 2 House bills. One is 1257, 2019, and the council already adopted the requirements under 1257. Again, we filed the language in section 429, and it became effective, I think, end of August. So what we have currently in 429 was adopted under HB 1257. What I'm showing, and this was the emergency one. It wasn't really emergency, but it was out of cycle. Okay. This one we're reviewing here is under HB 1287, the one that I just showed. Okay, so this is not effective yet. So the bill was enacted by the legislature, but the effective implementation date is July 1st, 2024. So you don't need to worry about this bill right now.
Okay, so we do have an emergency ruling on the 1257. The project we have is a mixed-use building with a B and an F, and he's using the exception for not having more than 20 parking spots, so it wouldn't apply to his project. And I'm saying, well, because of the new law that's effective July 1st, I can't approve that. Am I off track on this?
Yes. So again, what you are enforcing, or what you must be enforcing right now, is what we have in section 429, and the effective date is August 28 or 29. So from that date, you enforce what the council just adopted about, well, the adoption date was June and the effective date was August, end of August. So this is the current section that you guys need to enforce. And what I'm showing here is something that may become effective in 2001 International Building Code if the council adopts it.
And so if I want to direct the architect to find the section that applies to his project right now, would he go on the State Building Code Council site and see that 429 section?
Yes, he can or she, they can sit in the WAC 5150, section 429. And we have a link that will lead you to WAC 5150. Let's talk about it after the meeting.
Thank you. Sorry.
You can call me and I can guide you to get there.
Thank you.
Again, this proposal is not an emergency. It's part of the regular rulemaking, and it's not intended to be effective at the date it is adopted. So the approaching adoption date is July 1st. Effective date is July 1st, 2023. So it's not effective immediately. Okay, so for 429.1. If you have questions about this section, I will be happy to answer. If not, I can move further to the definitions. So I tried to use definitions.
Stoyan, since we have somebody from L&I here, I just we massaged that number 1 under the exceptions last time.
Yes, we did.
And since somebody from L&I is here, if they have input on the wording we used, maybe that would be helpful, just in case, since they deal with that stuff all the time, if they think that wording is good, just to make sure we were doing the right thing. Because the intent there was that if you're not hooked up to a grid, you don't have to put in infrastructure for charging.
Yeah, the conversation last time was what is the right term.
Yeah, and since we have actual electrical people here, maybe they could just double check us.
So your intent, this is Rod with Labor and Industries. So the exception, I guess I haven't looked at this part previously. Electric vehicle charging infrastructure.
Yeah, I sent you the proposal after it was initially modified. So you've looked at it.
So
the intent is that if they're not connected to a power grid, if they're generating power on site or there is no power on site at all, that they don't need to do electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. That's what we're trying to say. But what I want to make sure is that, does that number 1 mean what we intend?
In that case, yes, I think it does. So you're talking about a building where there is no public utility or commercial power supply. So I think that would cover it. You don't want to require this on an off-grid type of a building.
Yeah, exactly. So we had monkeyed around with that, and we don't speak that language. So I just wanted to make sure.
Right. No, I think that's clear that it doesn't apply to a building that doesn't have public utility supply. So I think it's good. My opinion.
Okay, so the definitions, I wanted to define the terms.
Sorry to interrupt. We have a couple chat questions. Ina said, do these requirements apply to new or existing buildings?
New buildings. This is for new construction.
Okay, I just reiterating the question. And then Micah asked, are we going to discuss section by section with public input?
Well, at least it was my intent. So I don't, if there is a different desire, I'm okay either way. So anybody from attending the meeting from the public or members of the Energy Code Tag, folks, feel free, if you have questions or comments, feel free to join in. Mike, I see your hand there.
Thanks, Dorian. Sorry, everybody. Can we go back to section 429.1 and discuss the 1 and 2 family dwelling requirement that is in the building code, which is not, that's not necessarily common practice? How is somebody that only does work in the residential code supposed to find this section? Are we going to be putting in as part of this proposal language in the residential code? And when will that go into effect? If we're going to have this go into effect sooner than later, would that other residential code be under emergency rule?
The intent was to have the same proposal for the residential TAC, and they will discuss this proposal. And if there is a disagreement with the language, then we can go back and modify this proposal in the building code. There won't be again any emergency effective date. The effective date, if we use this triennial code adoption cycle, 2021 code adoption cycle, the effective date for the building code and for the residential code will be July 1st, 2023. Yes, Micah, okay. I see your hand again.
So a little follow-up to that, would we be open to modifying that sentence to state R3 occupancies, which if a 1 and 2 family dwelling or townhouse is built in the building code, then they would be classified as an R3 occupancy and not actually be called 1 and 2 family dwellings. Again, that's a residential code item. That would be my only language recommended change for that sentence if we're open to that modification.
I intentionally kept the occupancy classification, the occupancy group out of it. I know there is a discussion R3 versus 1 and 2 family dwellings, and I mentioned this several times before, but I will say it again. It wasn't clear what the intent of this bill was, HB 1287, because the exception for R3 was deleted on the Senate floor with a striker. So we didn't have time to comment it. We didn't have any information of why it was proposed. So what we did, and everything I coordinated with our Assistant Attorney General. So what we did, we went back and we listened to the Senate floor discussions, and it appeared that our senators, they were talking about 1 and 2 family dwellings. They weren't talking about R3. They were talking about 1 and 2 family dwellings with garages, carports, or driveways for parking vehicles. That was the first thing. And then further, we reached out to the senator that proposed the change, proposed the repeal of this exception. And the email we got from her was that her intent was to address all 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses covered by the building code and the residential code. The second thing that I want to share is that there are developers that are using the building code to build single family dwellings and duplexes. The reason this language is here for 1 and 2 family dwellings is because if you have a developer building a subdivision following the International Building Code or building townhouses following the International Building Code, there may not be provisions for technical provisions for compliance. So this was the intent to include this here. Again, the council will decide if they want to keep it out, if they want to concentrate on R3 only. It's just my job was to propose the language. And again, I followed the recommendations. We had several meetings, 3 meetings on the TAC level, and I was trying to follow the recommendations. So I see Andrea and I see Micah, and I don't know if Micah forgot his hand there or he needs to follow up on that.
I would love to follow up on that, but let somebody else speak for a moment. You can come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a question. So are you then relying on legislative intent to adopt this code, even though residential R3 was struck out? Is that the only basis for this decision?
R3 was an exception. So the requirement for electric vehicle infrastructure, charging infrastructure, was part of House Bill 1257, but there was an existing exception for R3 and new occupancies. And HB 1287 corrected that. So they struck the exception. Again, R3 was an exception, it's no longer exists.
Got it, thank you.
Mike, I see your hand, so you're up.
I know we talk about this quite a bit, and I'm always the guy throwing the wrench in the situation. But again, this is not common practice for even the I codes, the international codes, to what they call mixed codes. If this is going to apply to all occupancies in the building code, there's no reason to expressly call out 1 and 2 family dwellings, especially if we're going to have a similar section or requirement in the 1 and 2 family residential code. I just, again, there's no reason for this in this language. You're just making a pointer to something nobody's going to find. And if it applies to all occupancies, there's no, in the building code, there's no reason to point out 1 and 2 family dwelling.
Hey, Micah, if I can make a
language.
Micah, if I can make a suggestion, what if we go through here, look just philosophically at what we're doing, if we agree, and then stuff like that, I would consider editorial. I agree with you that that will get taken out, but we're just kind of coming up with the overall rules. And then once we get those in place, I think it's much easier to editorially, take stuff like that out, which would be applicable just in the portion that gets put into the IRC.
If we have R3 here versus, instead of 1 and 2 family dwellings, R3 is not only 1 and 2 family dwellings. R3 occupancy includes something else. The reason 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses are here because 1 and 2 family dwellings, they have garages, they have carports, they have driveways, they don't have on-site parking you see for multi-family dwellings or group A occupancy or educational office buildings or whatever. So that is the important part. At least I felt it was important to clarify that these are 1 and 2 family dwellings in townhomes that have attached garages.
And these will be 4 stories or taller.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree with both of you. I know Andrew and I work a whole lot together, Stoyan. I believe in this instance, it got sent back to the tag to discuss all this. I don't think this is editorial, Andrew, because in this section, you're having a specific pointer for 1 and 2 family dwellings to an entire section under 429 here. Like, what's it say? 429.3? That's an entire section. So I mean that's more than editorial. We're talking about 2 locations in this language that should not be here. When you're talking about R3, I'm not disagreeing with you, Stoyan, but they are not. What you're talking about is not an occupancy classification that needs to be included here. There does not need to be an occupancy classification included in this section at all.
Micah, there are 4-story
1 and 2 families.
Micah, there are 4-story townhomes and homes that would fall into the IBC. I think that's what Stoyan is getting at.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What is a 4-story townhouse occupancy classification? Let's ask that question.
but what Stoyan was saying is not all R3s would have to fall into that. So yes, it's the circle, it's the square and rectangle thing. All 1 and 2 family dwelling in townhomes are all R3, but not all R3s are necessarily have to comply with section 429.4.
I agree with that, but as what I'm saying is you don't have to point to that at all. 429, this section applies to all occupancy classifications in the building code. Yes or no? Is that a correct statement or not?
It is a correct statement.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, if you put the same provisions in the 1 and 2 family dwelling code, you do not have to point to any 1 and 2 family dwelling information in section 429 because it already applies to anything that falls within the building code. That's what I'm trying to say here. I don't disagree that it doesn't apply. I agree with you 100% it applies. You don't have to specify something that comes from the residential code that's built in the building code because it's already in the building code at that point. In other words, you're providing a special pointer that's not necessary at all.
I don't understand the issue then. Is there something that?
Okay, so the second sentence under 429, the 1 and 2 family dwelling, you don't need that in there at all. And then you don't need section 429.3 at all.
Well, if you have 1 and 2 family dwelling or a townhouse built under the building code, how you will build it? How you will install?
It already complies. You're already required to comply with this section.
Nah,
if you build a one, hold on, absolutely. If you build a 1 and 2 family dwelling under the building code, section 429 will already apply because it already falls under the building code. You're mixing codes. You're saying if it's built under the building code, how do you get to this section? If it's built under this building code, it's already required to meet this section. You don't have to put out a special pointer.
But you don't have the technical requirements for one, so you cannot apply 429.4 for 1 and 2 family dwelling and townhouse with attached garage because 429.4 is for on-site parking.
And I think what Micah's saying, he's not saying we get rid of 429.3. He's saying we just get rid of that one sentence.
This is what he said. He said we didn't need 429.3.
No, he said we don't need the pointer to it. Correct, Micah?
Right. Correct.
Okay.
You don't need the pointer.
Just
It
that it's
already applies.
superfluous language.
Exactly. Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome. Sorry, I didn't understand at first.
Well, I still don't understand what is the issue, but it will be tax recommendation, so I'll go along with that. You know, if we are trying to find an issue from something that is not really an issue, we'll need 1 week to discuss this. But whatever we decide,
we're not trying to find an issue. We're trying to find the best code language that we can put out there that is similar in scope to all the rest of the code language and have it be accurate.
Micah, the reason I said that it was editorial is because it's superfluous. It's extra language there that, you know, it doesn't hurt. It just, you're saying it isn't necessary. There you go.
Sure, it isn't necessary.
So I see other hands. Chris and Rod?
Yeah, I think I hear both of you. I think the solution that may take care of the issue, which I agree, Stoyan, I see the issue, because you can't apply the same methodology to a row of homes that has garages that you apply to a site that has 20 parking stalls. You can't apply the same methodology for infrastructure. You can't just put 20% because they're all separate. So could we, instead of where we talk about, where we go lower, where it's for new one single family, could we instead talk about the type of parking provided? Could we instead say where, whatever the language ends up being, where there are surface lots with communal stalls, do this, where there are private garages or carports or assigned parking spaces for single family for group R3 or something to that nature. So talk about the parking infrastructure, not about the occupancy, to direct us in how to apply code.
What Micah is saying is, I agree with Andrew. I see it as editorial, and what Micah is saying, if I understood correctly, he wants me to delete this, and then in this case, we will have 429.3, which will be for new 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached private garages, and 229.4 for everything else. So it don't really change anything. It just deletes the reference here. The reason for this reference is because I was trying to follow the format in the building code. So if the building code refers to different types of buildings or occupancies, they clarify in the main section that
I think
follow.
once we get to that other section, Stoyan, Mike is going to say 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes shouldn't be there either. If my forecasting is accurate.
Well, our forecasting matches, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'd be surprised, actually. I'd bet the other way.
All right, I got $1 on that. But I see the issue, and I see why Micah has an issue with those terms being used in the building code. But I also see why it's necessary to distinguish between the two types of parking. And maybe if we change, instead of talking about the occupancy and focus on the parking arrangement, that will solve the problem for everybody.
Todd, I see your hand.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully I'm not adding gas on this fire, but I'm in support of that. Another thing, when we deal a lot with zoning codes, we're really trying to scrub the term family from this. So just as a I know it's all over the building code, but just whenever we can avoid that term and be more specific, it just isn't enforceable in terms of what defines a family. It's not in the definitions anymore in chapter 2. So to my knowledge, but let me know if I'm wrong on that. So thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, I've got a comment about a different subject here. The third sentence, enforceability with the National Electrical Code. So the Department, Labor and Industries, has responsibility for adopting electrical codes and inspecting the electrical installation portion of these. And occasionally we will amend National Electrical Code requirements through WAC rules, similar to what the state building code does. So I guess, first of all, that since Labor and Industries will be enforcing this, I'm not sure that sentence is even needed here. If we decide that sentence is needed, I would propose changing it to they should be installed in accordance with applicable requirements of WAC 29646B, which is our adopted standards and the National Electrical Code. So I'm not sure that sentence is even needed in this document. So that would be my comment, my recommendation.
There is something in the RCW. There is a section that talks about coordination between. So when the council adopts requirements for electric vehicle infrastructure, the council needs to coordinate with the Department of Labor and Industries, and the Department of Labor and Industries have the same reference to the State Building Code Council RCW that the Department of Labor and Industries needs to coordinate with the State Building Code Council. And this is the reason this reference is here. I was just trying to refer to Labor and Industries and whatever they're doing there. And I was expecting that Labor and Industries would have something that will make the enforcement easier. However, when I was talking to Rod, he said that the Labor and Industries, their intent was that they adopt the National Electrical Code, and this is good enough for coordination. So we're stuck in the middle between this cross-reference and again, my intent for adding this reference to the National Electrical Code was to help with the enforcement and clarify that everything related to electric installations, you need to follow Article 625.
Well, I would propose a slight change to this so that it would reference, let's see, shall be installed in accordance with applicable requirements of, let's say, RCW 19.28 and the National Code. That would cover any amendments that the department may make to Article 625.
Okay, can you say again? I'll try to work on it.
So applicable.
Just give me a second.
Requirements of RCW 19.28 and
28 or 280?
28.
28, okay.
And that, I think that would do it, because RCW 1928 allows the department to amend requirements in the National Electrical Code. And Stoyan, I could, just to touch on the enforcement question that you talked to me about, this is similar to what the department does when we go through and do an inspection in a home that has smoke detectors. We would inspect the electrical installation of the smoke detector, but we would not enforce the placement of the smoke detectors. So, you know, I think this requirement is similar. The building code enforcement entity would enforce the placement of the EV charging systems and the number that would be required. And the Department of Labor and Industries would come in and inspect the electrical installation portion of it. So that's kind of how the two are coordinated. We don't have any enforcement ability to enforce the number of chargers or the placement of the chargers, but we would inspect the electrical installation portion of the chargers, if that helps.
Thank you. Todd?
My apologies. Left. I'll remove it.
Okay. So Andrew, do you want to have a vote on each section or?
No, I'd rather do a single vote unless we come to an extremely controversial section. We had a lot of discussion here, but I didn't get the sense it's necessarily controversial.
So I assume it's okay to add this reference here to RCW 19.28.
Yeah, I see no problem with that.
Okay, so what about Micah's proposal here? Should I take it
All
out?
right, you know, I like your idea. Let's do a vote of each section. Michael, would you like to make a motion? Or actually, Micah can't. I'm sorry. Chris, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Specifically for the electrical piece?
Yeah.
Or
Well, it seems like there was an agreement for the electrical piece, but I want to know what is the outcome of
Got it.
that. So I need your recommendation in order to.
Okay, here I go. I will put it into something that we can understand. Okay, I would move that we revise all references to 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes with attached private garages to reference instead the parking arrangement specifically behind the intent of that statement.
All right.
Is that enough to work with?
Can you touch a little bit more on the parking arrangements?
So instead of referencing 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes, reference instead sites with private garages attached or detached versus sites with communal parking arrangements.
The intent for this was to cover 1 and 2 family dwellings that don't have carports or garages. They have the I'm new with the state, so I'm not sure how the zoning law works with the local jurisdictions in regards to requirements for parking for new construction. So I'm not sure if now you can have a single family dwelling with a driveway only and not a garage or a carport.
It's up to local jurisdictions.
So it's possible to have a single family dwelling without garage, right?
Yes.
So if we follow what you're saying and I get the intent, we will be missing.
We're going to lose on the one that parks in the driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see more and more why you did that with the language.
So what if we just delete this and then I will have the provisions this section shall apply to the construction of new buildings and accessory structures, and then 429.3 will cover it.
Okay. Then I move to send the language to the council as shown in purple on the screen.
This is Sue. I'll second that.
All right, very nice.
So, Andrew, this is Todd.
Yep, go ahead, Todd.
So this reference is down to the bottom again. Can you show that again, Sonia, please?
That one?
No, where you just showed us the single family, the 1 and 2 family.
429.3.
Yeah. So again, not to belabor this, but this is existing, or this is all new language, right? So I really don't. I really want to question using the term family. I know this is a small. I mean, maybe this is editorial, right? But introducing the term family into the code in more places is going backwards in terms of where we're trying to go with other zoning and RCW language, policy language. Anyone disagree with that?
It's still a code term. I would disagree. In this case, it is helping us understand intent. But nobody here is saying what a family is, which is, I think, why we're moving away from that use in land use and zoning codes.
Yeah, and that's my point is am I missing something in the building or life safety codes where family is defined? Because that's something we're trying to scrub out of codes.
No, but a 1 and 2 family dwelling is a defined thing. So
in chapter 2 or where? And that's an honest question. I don't know.
It is in the scope of the IRC, right? So I don't think we can eliminate.
Is there an alternative? I guess is maybe a better question, Chris, right?
When there is an alternative, I would say we change it out. But since it's used predominantly in the IRC, I would expect them to be the ones that come up with the alternative. And I would be happy to take that alternative when they come up with it. But if we don't use the terms that are used broadly through the IRC and elsewhere in the codes, we're going to make it more confusing for people.
Understood.
If that makes sense.
And Todd, sorry, I thought you were done.
Oh, yeah.
Todd, I guess what I would suggest is rather than do this piecemeal where we're probably going to have correlation issues and definition issues, that during the public comment period that is upcoming, someone spend time going through the code and consistently suggest changes such that the code is well correlated and has good definitions that apply consistently. Because I think on a piecemeal basis, it's just going to trigger so many other things that you'll have to do that anyway. So why not do that maybe at the public comment period?
No, I understood and I'm in agreement. It's just frustrating that we're going backwards on this issue. So, but thank you for everyone. I agree.
Okay, so I'm going back to 429.1.
So we had a motion and a second. Do we want to move on that then?
Any further discussion? All right, well, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Beautiful. Okay. Let's move on to definitions.
Okay, I was trying to define the terms that are used throughout this section. And some of these terms I plagiarized a little bit, but I didn't like the definitions that I took, so I modified the plagiarized language. Automatic load management system is used as an option, and I'm using two terms: EV capable parking space and EV ready parking space. It's not that I like the terms, but because it's used nationwide, so I got stuck with it.
For the EV,
the definition.
Sorry, for the EV SE or no EV ready parking space, it seems like we should correlate singular and plural in it. Seems like I don't know if it needs to
Oh
be
yeah, with the EV charger. This is what
yeah, it might only need one EV charger.
Okay.
With an EV charger, receptacle outlet, or other charging equipment. Might be singular, might be better.
Does it sound better? Parking space provided with EV charger, an EV charger.
With an.
Yep. That makes sense.
Receptacle outlet or other charging equipment along charging electric vehicles. Okay. The electric vehicle supply equipment is the definition from the National Electrical Code. So I didn't make any changes. I just did copy paste.
This is Mark. I just had a question. Do the definitions typically stay in this section, or would they be better to be put in the definitions chapter?
There are a few chapters that they have definitions as part of the chapters. The definitions are Washington amendments, and these sections with the definitions are Washington amendments, and this is for convenience of the code users. Because the entire section is a Washington amendment, and I decided to follow the same format. So it's used in the International Building Code in the past, and it's used now. So it's not I'm not setting a precedent. Personal opinion, it belongs to chapter 2. However, again, I was trying to follow the format that you folks have been following for many years. And again, I'm new in the state, so I didn't want to change it.
Thank you.
If we are okay with the definitions, I can go to 429.3, and I'm sure I'm expecting Micah's hand. Can we go to 429.3?
Yeah, we can go there. And my bet was that Micah didn't have an issue with this. He just didn't want to refer, but we'll see. I think $1 is on the line, Chris, right? Mike, I'll split the dollar with you if I win.
This section I modified a few times, and the last I took the advice from Rod because some details with the licensing that I wasn't aware of. So I added spare.
Hello?
If you're not meaning to speak, could you please mute yourself? So we do have two hands raised. Rod, you want to go first, and then Micah?
Sure. Stoyan, we added spare cable in 2 places, and I would suggest adding it in a third. The second sentence where it says, let's see, a listed raceway capable of accommodating a minimum 40 amp circuit or a spare cable. Well, excuse me, let me read that again. So it may be okay. Listed raceway capable or a spare cable shall be permitted. Okay, that's good. Spare cable in the third sentence is good. And I'm just comparing it to what I had. And you've got it in the last sentence. I'm taking my hand down because that looks good to me. Sorry.
Can you excuse me for 30 seconds?
Sure.
I apologize. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
All right, thank you. Micah, you've got the floor next.
I'm telling you, Andrew, everybody's gonna get tired of hearing me.
No. I make money when I hear you, so I like it.
Gonna get tired of hearing you, Micah.
Man, somebody's gonna have to buy me lunch who's making all this money. I like consistency, and I'm gonna throw my personal opinion out there, but I'm also gonna point out on the definitions. The consistency would be to put those in chapter 2. There's very, very, very few chapters that we modify that I don't even think there's any of them left that have definitions in the chapter that we modify, including important chapters like means of egress, structural accessibility. There's no definitions in those chapters. They're all moved to chapter 2. So that,
I'd agree with you,
yes,
Micah.
some people may feel this is, what's that?
I'd agree with you.
Say that again.
I don't know if
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree with Micah? I think they belong in chapter 2.
Just for the record,
I agree.
I don't disagree with Mike. I do not.
Yeah, I think for not having to change it later, because I believe these terms will come up in future sections of code based on what is occurring for the national level codes, like the 2024. So I think they should be in the definitions, so we don't have to come back and move them later. That's my opinion on that. And then, of course, on to the actual code language we have proposed there. I really struggle again, and I know I'm going to just repeat it, of having actual electrical requirements in the building code. Those do not belong in the building code. They belong in the electrical code and should be enforced by the electrical code and those inspectors to do that. I think you're asking, I mean, in this state, we don't have combo inspectors. So you're still trying to put the onus on a building inspector that inspects out of the building code to look at electrical standards. And I don't think that is the correct place for it. And I will get outvoted on that, but I thought I'd share that public comment at every meeting. Thanks.
It's a issue with the legislature. It's a statutory mandate. When I started here, I wasn't understanding the issue. I do now, but I don't know how to fix it with the code language. I see other hands. Rod?
Well, just to repeat what I said about that before, as far as electrical requirements being in the building code, I see this similar like I said, to fire alarm device placement or smoke detector placement. Those are pieces of electrical equipment, and the placement of those and the installation of those is a requirement of the building code. We would not go into a building and require a fire alarm system if there was not one installed. That's up to the building official. We would inspect the electrical installation of that if it was installed. And this is similar. We don't have authority to require EV charging stations and placement of those. That's up to the building official. But we would inspect the electrical installation of those if they were there. I hope that helps.
And this, Mark, I would further comment that when we start talking about load management, amperage, voltage, and all those things, I think they're kind of straying out of their domain.
Again, this was an issue with when the council was adopting the language required by HB 1257. It was pointed out several times that there is an issue with it, but again, it's currently exists, and if this is adopted, it will exist in 2021. Personally, I don't know how to fix it. So I see Chris.
Yeah, I disagree with the statement that it doesn't belong here. I think it's just like everything else in the code where we have requirements to put things that are electrical in nature elsewhere in the code. And we're just saying what to give us, not how to put it in. So we still, L&I is in charge of how to put it in. But if we don't say what kind of thing to put in, we don't know, nothing is required. So that's how I feel on that one. Maybe something that Mike, I didn't bring up, but I was surprised. And then also maybe this aligns with Todd's comments also. How would we feel about, instead of new 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached private garages, how would we feel with that just reading new dwellings with attached private garages? That would capture all new dwellings with attached private garages.
The requirements are for 2 type of structures: new 1 and 2 family dwellings with or without garages. So this is why there is a comma behind it right here. And then the attached garages are with the townhouses. So the difference is, if the townhouse has an attached garage, then you can have the 40 amp circuit or receptacle outlet. And there are also townhouses or multi-family dwellings that have on-site parking.
Right, but we're just saying this section is specific to ones that have attached garages. 429.3.
No, it's also applicable to 1 and 2 family dwellings with carports or only a driveway used for a parking. It's not only for at least this was the intent. It's not only for the garage.
Okay, so this first paragraph is specific to
1 and 2 family dwellings with,
and
regardless of what kind of parking they use, and townhouses with attached private garages. So the attached private garages clarifies, the phrase clarifies what kind of townhouses are covered under this section.
I see.
Chell?
Can I jump in here for another comment, or?
Hey, Chell was before you, so I'm sorry, Mike.
Okay. I didn't know. I can't see whose hand is up. I'm
Yeah, I see the hands from the top to going to the bottom. So chill was the
Yeah,
next.
my only comment was that titles are not enforceable code language. So right now we have a lot of requirement or a lot of clarification in the title, but no clarification on what it applies to in the actual code language. So it doesn't say new in the code language, for example, and it doesn't say 1 and 2 dwelling or townhouses with attached private garages in the code language itself, which maybe it's in the section above that references this that we struck out. But anyway, if we keep this section, I think we should add some more language to it to clarify what it applies to.
Well, that was the purpose of having this here, and you asked me to strike it out.
I didn't ask you to.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't blame you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying we should, if it applies to something that the title doesn't actually, it's not enforceable code language, so you can't refer back to it for the restrictions on what 429.3 actually refers to. And it doesn't include the word new, for example, which I think is an important word.
I started, when I started working on this, I had the language in the way you're suggesting, and it didn't read good. So this is why I added this reference right here. But point very well taken. Micah?
Thanks, everybody. I kind of had a question on the first sentence where it says for each dwelling unit, a minimum 40 ampere dedicated 208, 240 volt branch circuit shall be installed. If we're being specific on this, we should be more specific in where that is installed. To me, you could install that type of dedicated branch circuit for a dryer, and if it's installed in that dwelling unit, it would meet the requirements or something like that. As what I'm getting at is we should specify where this is to be installed so it's accessible to the EV, not just installed somewhere in the dwelling unit and that meets the requirement as written. And yes, I know that may be petty, but we will absolutely get that argument.
That the highlighted areas below, these are intended to clarify where and how the branch circuit shall terminate at junction box, receptacle outlet, or EV charging equipment. The conduit, the spare cable shall terminate into a cabinet box or other enclosure. I can add in close, well, initially it was in close proximity to the future charging equipment or something like that. And I deleted it after the first meeting we had.
That's in the previous sentence, though.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so I didn't delete it then. So it clarifies the branch circuit, raceway, and spare cable shall be installed in accordance with the National Electrical Code and shall terminate in close proximity to the proposed location of an EV charging equipment.
All right, I think I can live with that.
Well,
a long sentence, a long paragraph.
Do you need this N? I don't think we do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Stoyan, just sorry to interrupt. Just looking at that again, do we need to repeat that it needs to be installed in accordance with the National Electrical Code because we already specified that above?
This is what I was thinking. Probably not. I guess I was trying to use like a double insurance.
Yeah, I'd probably recommend saving some ink and deleting that.
So it will read the branch circuit, raceway, and spare cable shall terminate. I don't need this shall either. Shall terminate in close proximity to a proposed location of EV charging equipment. Okay, yeah. We refer to National Electrical Code. Okay. Todd?
So I had a question on the NEC. Could you also eliminate the last sentence? Wouldn't the NEC already require that?
Which one? This one?
No, the last sentence in the paragraph above that. It says the branch circuit shall terminate in a junction box outlet charging equipment. The conduit shall terminate in a cabinet. I mean, doesn't the NEC already require that it terminates in a specific way, whether that's into the equipment or into some other junction box or cabinet or something else? I believe that's the requirements of the NEC, but Rod could correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. There is a requirement that not that a spare conduit, but the spare cable must terminate in a junction box.
So you could install the conduit to nowhere though.
Yes, you could theoretically install a spare conduit up into the attic. Unless it's being, if it's spare for future, I'm not sure there's a requirement that it be terminated into a junction box. There is if it's a cable. But I don't know that it hurts anything having it here.
And what about the branch circuit sentence? Doesn't the NEC already require that terminate in a junction box outlet or equipment?
Yes. So that would be the definition of a branch circuit. It's a circuit conductors, circuit breaker, and an outlet.
This sentence, here's a different joke here. This sentence clarifies that we don't require the EV charging equipment. We are okay with EV charging equipment, but also there are other options such as a receptacle outlet and a junction box. It was the intent. Otherwise, we'll start getting questions, do I need to install the charger? At least this was my intent.
I appreciate the intent, Stoyan. I just don't think we need to have additional code language where it's not needed. If they install the branch circuit, they've got to install it per the NEC. You don't need to tell them they have to terminate it at a junction box. That's already a requirement. Again, we're just duplicating code that's not necessary.
I don't know if I need to say this, but I'll say it, I'm not shy. So currently the council adopted something in 429. And we get like 50 questions per week about what did the council adopt. Labor and industries, these folks, they don't get the questions we do. And sometimes I'm having a hard time to answer because I don't know either. So I get the idea that we don't need to duplicate language, but also we need to pay extra attention on how clear the language is, that the language that we have. So if you believe that this is not needed, I have no problem deleting it. I'm telling you what the intent was.
This is Mark. Is there an industry standard on the amperage and voltage of these chargers? I read an article where people are using 110 volt to charge their cars. It just takes a longer time. So are we excluding that option? And is there a certain standard we could reference to this?
There are standards, but for a level 1 charger you're talking about, usually when you buy the electric vehicle, you have the level 1 charger, at least it was when I had mine. And there are requirements in the National Electrical Code for receptacle outlets in the garage. So you have the receptacle outlets in the garage that you can use for level 1 chargers, but you don't necessarily have 40 amp charger, 40 amp receptacle outlet that you can plug in a portable charger and you can use it for level 2 and much faster charging. So the new electric vehicles, they have bigger batteries, and level 1 charger is really slow charging, but it's already there in the garage. The intent with this proposal is to require the 40 amp circuit and the receptacle outlet, at least the capability to have one. And there are standards for level 1, level 2 chargers in charging equipment, but we don't want to include this in the building code because they are specific to the electrical installation. Todd?
Okay, thank you. One more time, if you can scroll up, please, to title 429.3 right there. Building off of Shell's comment, I wonder if there's a cleaner way to say this. I'll propose, could it be detached and attached dwelling units with voluntary or required parking? Is that really what we're trying to get at here?
I think I lost you. So can you please, are you talking about the title or?
Yeah, the title, yeah. Because I think what we're trying to say is attached and detached dwelling units with voluntary or attached or voluntary or required parking. So new, can you keep new? Or am I off on that?
So new 1 and 2 family dwellings, all new 1 and 2 family dwellings, that is the first group of structures, and the second group is townhouses with attached private garages.
Right, but putting my zoning land use hat on, we would just say attached and detached dwelling units. That would be covered in that with voluntary or required parking. Am I missing something there?
Well,
yes, because this doesn't apply to like a big apartment complex, which would also be dwellings.
Right, but the terms attached and detached to me then separate those out, but maybe not to everyone on this call. Okay, just putting it out there for action. It just doesn't align with the way we think about land use and zoning codes, is what I'm saying. It's a circular, I mean, we're transitioning those to actually use the language of the IRC and IBC in terms of dwelling units. You know, thou shalt have a kitchen and a bathroom, so forth, right? Now this kind of comes back and confuses the issue. But I'll step down, thanks.
Micah?
Sorry to jump in again. I know we talk about going and looking at the legislation that says we should be actually going kind of above and beyond these minimum standards they're establishing. Would it be better in this instance to shorten this section? I put a language in the chat that actually requires that the 40 amp branch circuit be installed, and that's it. I mean, we take away that option of having, you know, a Raceway or something else. I think as far as for looking at this through the equity lens, that it would be better if the branch circuit is existing, ready to go, ready to plug in some type of charger or charging system. I think if we only, or if we have the option of installing a raceway with a junction box, that's all we're ever going to get. And if we look at the legislation, I believe it's section 4, item 3, it says the rules adopted under the section must exceed the specific minimum requirement. So if you look in the chat, I put a suggestion there that's 2 sentences long that would simplify this and just require that branch circuit be installed per the NEC requirements and within close proximity to EV. So just a question there and thought. Thanks.
I don't have problems with that. But again, it needs to go to TAC and the council. So in this case, we don't need this sentence. For each zone containing a minimum 40 amp dedicated volt branch circuit shall be installed. And the branch circuit shall terminate in close proximity to the proposed location of EV charging equipment. Is that, Micah, is that what you were asking for? And then
you could eliminate the rest of the paragraph.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you could eliminate the rest of the section if I'm actually saying that what I wanted. You don't need the last sentence.
Yeah, if we have the branch circuit, then we don't need the capacity because they need to include the branch circuit in the electrical calculations. Okay, this is how it will. See how many agreements I have with you today. Okay.
We have lots of agreements.
Yeah. So for the tag to consider, this is what Micah is proposing versus the initial proposal. So the difference is with this one, we require the branch circuit and 40 amp a receptacle outlet and a breaker. No option for loose cable or conduit.
I think if our job was to go a little further this time, right? And
we are going further anyway, because
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I was in agreement that if our job is to do that, and putting in conduit for later use in a house is not that common or usable. Just telling them to do it is probably the right answer. So I was saying I agree. I like the change.
I would have to agree with Chris. Yeah, it's you know, people don't even know if conduit's in there a lot of times. So, you know, a single family owner, yeah.
Similar language was adopted in California in 2011, as far as I remember, and the feedback was that they started with the conduit, but currently most of the houses they have the branch circuit, not the conduit. So it's been proven that it works. Okay. Andrew, can we have a vote on that?
I think we can, yep. Can we have a motion first?
This is Chris. I'll move to send the modifications to 429.3 as shown on the screen to the Building Code Council.
Perfect. Thanks, Chris.
This is Sue. I'll second that.
Thank you, Sue. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Is
Aye.
anyone opposed? And motion passes.
I have a clarifying question for the definitions. So did we have an agreement that this must be relocated to chapter 2?
I think so. We'll take a formal vote. Chris, Sue, you wanna make
Sure.
motions in seconds?
This Chris, I'll move to move the definitions section to chapter 2
Thank
and
you.
remove them from the 429 section.
This is Al. I'd second that motion.
Oh, thank you, Al. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Is anyone
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Okay. So 429.3.1 is just the identification. So we don't have the Raceway here anymore. The branch circuit termination location shall be permanently marked as EV capable or EV ready. Well, so in this case, I don't think we need EV capable because it's already EV ready. You have the receptacle outlet, you have the garage, you have the portable level 2 charger, so it's EV ready. The question is, do we need this section here? There was a second part of this identification of the service electrical panel. I removed it because it will be taking care of the electrical inspector, so we don't need to state this here. But if we require the 40 amp receptacle outlet, we don't. I feel like we don't need to mark it as EV capable or EV ready. It's already there.
I agree.
Yeah, that seems right.
Okay. Then it goes away, gets shorter and shorter. Andrew, do we need what? I guess we do.
Yeah, let's continue on. Let's get a motion.
This Chris, I'd move to remove 429.3.1 from the proposal.
This
Thank
is
you.
Sue. I'll second that.
Thank you, Sue. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And motion passes.
Okay, 429.4, building and accessory structures with on-site parking. Again, so the clarification here that we deleted was all other buildings structures. So 1 and 2 family dwellings in one section, and the clarification was all other buildings shall comply with 429.4. So now when we, without the reference, when we go to 429.4, the question I have is, when we say building and accessory structures with on-site parking, is it clear enough without the reference, or we need to change the title a little bit? And I don't have the answer, it just, the question just came up.
Anyone have any comments?
I'm just trying to work through scenarios. So Stoyan, like, I think we just work through how would we apply how would a one dwelling on a site be, where would we stick it? We would stick it here and you'd get 10%, but which means 1.
Well, the on-site, in the way it is, it was intended for different structures, different from 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached garage. So it would be everything else. But I mean, it's clear to me because I wrote it, but I don't know if.
Where does the the townhouse building without garages or the single family dwelling built on a site with driveway parking on site, where do they land?
Well,
If not here.
the townhouse without a garage will be right here.
Okay, perfect.
The single family dwelling though will be right here. So the
And I
single
think
family,
the
single
part that is
family-
confusing for me, Stoyan, is the way that it's grouping the 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached private garages. That's the part that keeps confusing me, is when I read that, I know that's not what it says because there's not a comma there, but the way I read it every time I go back and read it is it's 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with garages. Every time I go and read that, that's how I read it in my brain. And I think we're going to get a lot of, well, you, not me,
Yeah, no.
You're going to get a lot of questions on it, even if even if we know what the intent is, it's still going to get asked a lot.
New 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached private garages. This phrase is used in the residential code. And again, I will use experience from California, but this is on the bad side, right? So back in 2011, the initial proposal was, I can't remember if it was a comma or semicolon. It went to ICC, and ICC, as being a publisher, it seems like ICC doesn't like commas, so they eliminated the comma. And the language appeared without the comma, and it was enforced throughout the state. Single family dwelling with attached private garages. So I agree with you, even with the comma, the language is confusing. I just didn't know how to make it clearer.
Okay, yeah, neither do I. It's an eats, shoots, and leaves situation.
It is the way it's used in the residential code. I wanted to keep the same phrase, and I agree with you. There will be many questions, but I didn't know how to make it better.
Okay, but so a duplex built to the IBC that does not have a garage, 429.3 would apply.
A duplex, yeah.
They have open to sky parking on site.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and maybe that's how we can avoid questions in the future, is preemptively come up with scenarios like duplex with open to sky parking. What section applies? This section. Maybe that would help your life in the future here.
Well, I'll get my comment back. So can you have like you can 10 duplexes on a building site, and
Yes.
these duplexes still have carports or on-site parking. Well, even the carports are on-site parking, covered parking spaces. So that I agree with you that
I don't know which would apply, and that's the hard thing.
that will be confusing. Yes.
I have seen that in Tacoma.
Yeah. Well, if we clarify the language in 429.3, then the other question would be, as you said, so I have a subdivision with no garages, just driveways, and is it on-site parking, and does it, how you apply the 10% or 100%? Okay, well.
And to Chris's point, that actually happens. If you make a code requirement, they'll try to figure out how to avoid it. So you got to close the loopholes.
Well, comparing which one is worse, I prefer to keep it as it is, not because it's perfect, but it's less trouble. And we'll have, again, if we move forward with this, we'll have about 2 months for comment period. So I assume we'll get more comments and questions. So there will be enough time to modify and make it more clear and more specific.
Yeah, I think maybe in that time, and I can help, maybe we can run through realistic development scenarios and say how we would apply it and see where it breaks on us.
Okay. Micah?
I can help work with Chris on that too, just because I do see the issue with the title in 429.3. There, it can be open to questions. How I would read that as well as if your townhouse didn't have an attached private garage, you wouldn't have to provide EV parking, even if I guess you'd go back to the on-site parking, but that's not necessarily how that section would read. It would be different charging language. And then there are folks that would say a townhouse doesn't meet actually the requirements or definition of an R3 structure in the building code. It would actually be an R2 structure because it's more than 2 dwelling units, which that's the charging language of a group R2. So I agree with Chris, and Chris, I'd be happy to work with you on that. That title is just, it throws a lot of stuff off, I think, through the entire chapter or section.
So for now, keep it as it is. Is it what I'm getting?
Yeah, I mean, we know what we're trying to say, I think. We need to try to break it as much as possible and then tweak it, which I think is okay, right? We can tweak it after the council looks at it to make intent more clear.
Well, if I'm in Micah's shoes and Micah was to write this, I would find many issues with, but I can't find issues in my language because I worked on it. So it's part of the job. So I appreciate the comments.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you definitely know what you're trying to say when you're the one that writes it.
Well, when I read it, it's clear for me, but when I read it the second time, I, start getting confused. So
yeah.
Okay. So let's move to 429.4 again. So building and accessory structures with on-site parking. So keep it for now and then wait for more comments to come. Is it how we will approach this? Okay, I hear the silence.
Yeah,
So,
no news is good news.
Yes, for this case, yes. So the items 1 and 2, they are almost the same, compared to the initial proposal. Item 3 is the same. The exception is new. And I was trying to follow your recommendation from the last meeting. As far as I remember, the recommendation was to provide options. So currently we have an exception, Group A, Group E, and Group M occupancies. The requirements apply to designated employee parking spaces. And because the designated employee parking spaces, that thing doesn't exist in many projects, when the inspectors are doing the final inspections or when the plan examiners are checking the plans. So the second option here is, so the idea was 0.5%. I used 0.5%. It was really terrible in the language, how you read it. And Krista helped me with the each 200. I think this was also discussed at one of the TAC meetings. So this is how it is. The exception provides 2 options. The provisions of section 429.4 apply to designated employee parking only, or 1 in each 200 parking spaces shall be EV capable. So 1 in each of 200 EV capable plus 1 in each of 200 EV ready. That's the intent, 1 plus 1.
This is Mark. I'm just curious, could we put a definition on the designated employee parking, maybe saying requires some kind of signage, so that we could regulate it as a building inspector. Because otherwise, if you don't have some kind of sign or indication that this is that, then how are we supposed to know? You know, maybe a color of paint, or I would suggest a sign saying parking for employees only.
I think that's the point of exception number 2. I think we never, ever get number 1. So just give us 1 EV stall per 200 and we'll call it good, I think is what we're trying to do.
This one is important, whichever is greater. So if you don't have designated employee parking spaces, you cannot, I mean, as an inspector, you can't check it, you can't calculate how many you need. So it goes to the bigger number, 1 in each 200. That was the intent to help with the enforcement.
So then why do we even need the designated employee parking language?
Because there will be facilities that may be that way.
This is the language from HB 1257. It's in the bill, it's in the statute. The statute is specific on that, so they intentionally wanted to exempt A, E, and M occupancies except the designated employee parking. The State Building Code Council doesn't need to do copy paste all the time from the statute. The State Building Code Council can go above and beyond that, and/or can make the language clearer and more specific. And this is what we're trying to do. Again, there was a long discussion during the last TAC meeting, and I was trying to listen, and so I hope I got the recommendation right.
Do we still have the charging language that says the parking lot has to be so big before any of this applies? Like so many stalls?
No, we don't.
Okay, so this would, if you have 1 stall on site, it has to be EV ready.
It appears
Well, it'll be a van
appears-
stall and EV ready.
Oh yeah.
It'll be both. Okay, just making sure that's our intent. And that was the intent.
Let's see if we have charging language here. No, it doesn't have any.
Okay, previously we had like, it was like 10 or 20 stalls before anything hit,
Previously, when previously?
like last cycle. You had to have a parking lot with so many stalls before any EV stuff applied. Or am I mistaken?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you have to
any-
have like 10 or something.
So it should be in 2018, right? Or 2015?
18, I think.
18? John, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Can you check 2018 IBC if you have it?
Yeah. I'll take a look. real-
Section 427.
I think it was 429.1 exception.
Oh, it was for 20 on-site spaces. And it only applied to groups B, R1, and R2. So none of the more shopping mall-y type things or school type things applied anyways. But it didn't kick in until 20 on-site stalls. I don't know if they're directing us or asking us to change that lower limit or didn't even realize we had it. I guess my concern would be is a very small parking facility having or let me give you a real world example. Because of the city of Tacoma, how we also have requirements in city to do EV infrastructure and charging stations for our facilities. We have a fire station that was just built. It has 3 parking spaces for the public. One is a van stall, one is an EV charging station, and one is a green vehicle because of the city requirements. So we have 0 regular parking stalls. So I guess my concern would be is if we have a parking facility that only has 1 accessible van stall and maybe another non-accessible stall, that stall ends up becoming EV, and now we have 0 stalls on site that a gas vehicle can park in.
I think I understand the issue.
So I would put a limit to when it applies. I don't know what the appropriate size is. I think that's up for discussion, but I think there has to be this only applies to facilities with so many stalls.
Okay. Well, I need to research this.
Okay. And if there was a direction that there be no limit, that's fine, because that was what they directed us to do. But
I don't see anything. I don't see anything here in the bill.
Okay.
I was scrolling up and down. I don't see anything.
It was previously 20.
And I'm not sure if it was in the previous bill. Well, it shouldn't be because I would see it here. So it's not in the existing language either.
So maybe that was through public comment or the tag process that they decided that it really shouldn't apply to smaller lots.
Yeah, I need to check that. Let's see how can we take like 5 minutes break and John and I will research 2015 and 2018.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let's come back at noon. So we'll take an 11-minute break.
Okay.
All righty. Thanks.
Thanks.
Joanne, did you and John, were you able to find
Yes,
anything?
we
Okay.
found it.
All right.
So here is, I will explain what the issue was when we start.
Okay. Yeah, we can start. It's 12.
Okay. So right here is the exception. I did copy paste from 2018. So it was in 2018, and then when the council made the changes pursuant to HB 1257, this exception was eliminated. So I don't know why the exception was eliminated. As you can see, it's related to Group R and Group B occupancies, and it wasn't applicable to A, E, and M occupancies, because for A, E, and M occupancies, we had the provision only for designated employee parking spaces. So we need, if the TAC members decide to move forward, well, to go back and add this exception, I cannot save it only. I need to rework the rest of it. So I just pasted here for discussion purposes, but if we decide that we need to add it to the existing language, it will need some extra work. So I don't want to make the change during the meeting. I don't want to screw it up. So we need to work on it later after the meeting. Here is,
I have a comment. If we're supposed to be exceeding the requirements, I don't see how adding this would be exceeding requirements. I would at least go like with a smaller number, like 5 spaces or something.
this is the language that was adopted in June and became effective in August. So the exception is not here. There are exceptions for Group R3 or Group U, Group A, E, and M occupancies, where employee parking spaces are designated. The provisions of Section 429 shall apply only to those designated employee parking spaces. So the exception is not there. And the question here is, do we need to add it?
And this is Mark. That was my original question. It is, I have some projects right now that are that I can't apply this exception to, and that's where I was confused. And the emergency rulemaking, even if how do I apply that? And one other comment in this, there's we don't address mixed occupancies when we start talking about occupancies, and what ratios of parkings go to what occupancies are usually a zoning thing. So I think it's kind of flawed when we start doing these occupancies and we don't address mixed occupancies.
This is why I wanted to stay away of using occupancy groups, because of similar reasons. When we involve the occupancy groups, I think I understand the issue you're talking about. So if we say, as it is here, that we're talking about accessory structures with on-site parking, we don't specify which occupancy we're talking about. You just have on-site parking, and 10% of the total number of parking spaces, we deal with the parking spaces. And when we start adding occupancies, again, the exception was added later to address the existing exception for employee parking. When we start adding occupancies, then yes, I agree, the question will arise, how I will deal with this requirement if I have mixed use buildings. I would say you take into account the number of parking spaces on site, but again, I wrote the language, so I know what my intent was, but it's important for the folks that will read it further if they understand the intent. So I'm open for comments here. If we don't want to do 20 on-site parking spaces, what is the acceptable number? 10?
Is it possible to tie this to occupant loads and capture the small occupancies? And maybe do the 49 occupant load exception?
With many public housing projects and specifically infill projects, you don't have a good number of parking spaces. So you have big occupancy. Let's say you have 500 apartments, but you don't have 1,000 parking spaces. You may have 50 or 100. So if we tie this to the occupancy load, then sometimes you will require more parking spaces than more electric vehicles, charging spaces than, compared to the number of parking spaces you have.
But I'm talking just the exception of group A, E, and M with occupant loads less than 49 or 50 or less, or some way where we could capture these small group A, E's, and M's and not require the stringent parking rather than using a number of spaces.
As a personal opinion, I don't want to include the occupancy load. Two reasons. First, it will get, I think, more confusing, and second, we are trying to follow what the statute says, and the calculations there are based on the number of parking spaces. Again, consider this a personal opinion, and more feedback will be helpful on this exception. So it depends how far we want to go. Micah?
I think that exception works, Stoyan. I hear the concern about the occupant load from you. I think that would convolute the issue, especially basing small occupant load assembly spaces can be classified as a group B, which would then require the parking numbers to be met. But if we have this exception in here, if you don't trigger beyond the 20 on-site parking spaces, then you wouldn't have that issue. So I think how this shows is probably going to be as good as we're going to get it based on the legislation. So I think that exception works.
So the exception will be not only for group R and group B, the exception will be also for group A, E, and M. So let's say we will have two exceptions here, and then the first one will be Do you think that will work? So if we have on-site parking with less than 20 or 10, whatever the number is, parking spaces, and then I'll write further that, you know, no requirements. There is no need for, I'll think about the language. And the second exception is group A, group E, and group M. They shall comply with one of the following. And I'll have this as 1-1, 1-1, and 1-2. My concern
2-1 and 2-2.
2-1 and 2-2, yes. So my concern here is that you know, some folks may get confused and say, okay, so I have less than 20, but exception 2 is telling me that I need at least 1. So how you apply those? And again, this is, consider this a brainstorming. I'm just trying to initiate the discussion.
Yeah, I think this, I mean, I think I would agree with that format. Other than I think 20 is probably, you know, we should be shooting for something less than that if we're looking to exceed the requirements. I think there is some sort of minimum number, but I don't think it's 20. That's just my opinion.
I can't remember how California was enforcing 10 and they changed it, but I'm not sure what the new number is, but it used to be 10. And if it's less than 10, then it kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, does 10 sounds better or keep it 20?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you could equate that to some, I mean, maybe equating it to something like live work and, you know, how many, I can't remember off the top of my head how many employees they can have in live work, but, you know, something that is sort of de minimis.
There is Kathleen, her hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Stoyan. We could look at the zero emission state requirements, which is going to say 8% of vehicles sold basically would need to be EV by 2025. So if you use that 1 to 10 or less than 10 spaces, that might be a way to tie that.
Okay, well, this is the I need to work on the language, but the idea is we are exempting all on-site parking structures or lots with less than 10 parking spaces. And if we have group A, E, and N occupancies, we're providing 2 options. The first one is only calculate the 10% only using the designated employee parking spaces, and the second option is one of each 200 parking spaces. Does it sound acceptable?
Yeah, and that's what we agreed to previously. I still think it makes sense.
Okay, so then the new addition here is exception 1.
Andrew, do we need to make a motion for this?
I think we do, yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion to forward this to full council, this exception, modified numbering for this section here.
All right, thank you, Sue. Is there a second?
This is Chris, I'll second.
Thank you, Chris. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? All right, motion passes. I think we still have a quorum. John, would you agree, or are you questioning it too, and you think we should go through roll call?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I think we still have a quorum. Are you in agreement with that, or do you think we should go through roll call to confirm?
Well, let's see.
What's your gut say?
I think we don't.
I don't think we do. To see Stu. No, I don't think we do. We're down to 20.
Okay, let's go to, unless you can see from names here. Are you able to, or do we need to go through? roll
Yeah,
call
I
first?
can. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty light. No, it's just you and Sue. I can't tell if somebody, there's a 360. I can't tell. Al is back.
I see Chris here.
Oh, Chris is there. Yeah, his phone. So so that makes 4. Sniffin, he's an alternate. Yeah, I think
That means you can jump off since you're alternate here.
Yeah, we're 1 short.
All right.
This is Mike Barth. I am still here.
Oh, okay.
okay.
Even though it's not Joe.
Okay.
This is Al Spalding. I'm back. I'm sorry I had to jump off for a second.
Okay, yeah, if Mike Barth is here, then yeah, we have 5.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
Let's continue on then. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, we are going to 42941 EV capable parking spaces. That is the technical stuff. And here we have listed Raceway. And we have the termination. So again, EV capable unit or Raceway. And there is an exception that I took. It was an existing exception. Personally, I don't like the exception because it seems confusing. It's copy paste from the bill 1257, the old one. And the other thing is it doesn't clarify. So I removed the 1 inch. Initially, it was 1 inch internal diameter, which was okay for 4 amp. And the language in this exception doesn't specify the sleeves. So we don't clarify the size of the Raceway, of the Raceway. We don't clarify the sleeves, and it seems confusing to me, but I will be happy to hear opinions on that.
I'd suggest that we mimic what we did with the residential and just have them put the things in.
That is a bigger deal, I think, because we have 2 requirements: 10% EV ready, 10% EV capable. So EV ready would be if you have the charging equipment, or if you have a receptacle outlet. And in this case, you need the wire, right? You need the complete package. And with EV capable, you just need the conduit, and it's not a residential garage. It's a much bigger application that it will help you. Let's say you have if you have a parking lot, and if you don't have the conduit, you need to dig and make holes and put the conduit or a wire, pile it, pave it, or put some asphalt on it, concrete, whatever it is. So the reason for this EV capable versus EV ready is you have the EV ready 10%, and plus you have 10% EV capable that if you decide to install the charger, you don't need an expensive projects to install the wire. That's the intent. For one, EV capable, again, listed Raceway. When we go further to 4.2, EV ready, then here we have branch circuit. So here what we have is consistent with what we did for the single family dwellings. And again, I'll work on the language to eliminate the National Electrical Code. So currently we're at 429.4.1.
Any comments on that? Or motions?
Do we need to change anything? Can we just keep it the same? Is that?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
If we think it is needed, then I mean, is there anything to change? I guess I'm not an expert on this kind of stuff, so do we have anybody else out in the audience? Oh, there's a hand. Oh, good.
Yeah, go ahead, Micah. He's got an electrical background, so maybe he can lend a hand.
I actually wasn't probably going to jump in on that. I had some questions myself, and I'm kind of at a loss on some of this too, and I think I would be confused if I were a designer, and I just had some questions. So I don't have an answer for you, Sue, and I will wait my turn if somebody else has input on that point.
Well, what are you saying, Micah? Do you feel that it's ambiguous language that's unenforceable, or?
No, I just had some questions when.
Okay, well, go ahead if you're able to put the questions together. If you need more time to form the thoughts, then we can come back to it.
Well, I guess my question would be on the second paragraph, second sentence, where designated exterior on grade. What does that mean? I'm not a designer, so maybe there's a designer that can say, I know what that means, but as a code person, I don't know what that means. What is designated? Is that, where does that language come from?
I think I got you on this one. That is what was adopted and you voted for it. So I don't know what is it. I just took it from the existing language because personally, I didn't like it. And I agree with you, it's confusing, but it's there. And why I'm saying I don't like it because I get many questions about it and I don't know how to answer. So I agree with you, it's confusing.
I see where you're going with that, but if you read the sentence you have on the screen and what you have in 429.4.1, those don't match. This says where designated EV charging locations serve exterior on-grade parking spaces. In the language, it says where designated exterior on-grade EV parking spaces are located more than 4 feet from a building. I guess I don't. Well, I like the sentence that's adopted better than the sentence that you're currently showing. If that's what you're.
If this is the case, I got it wrong, and I will do. I'll copy the language from the adopted section. It was the intent, I guess. I don't know how I dropped it.
No, I see where your intent's going. How it reads now. That's my question. And how it reads now may be fine. Like I said, I was asking from a designer standpoint or other enforcer standpoint. Do you understand what that means? Because I don't.
Well, what that means is how I read it is you have designated exterior EV capable parking spaces. I don't know how important is this on grade, but you have designated EV capable parking spaces. So you have the conduit and you have, this is for future installation for electric vehicle charging equipment. And if these EV capable parking spaces are located more than 4 feet from the building, you know, whatever the building is, the raceway shall be extended below grade to a pull box in the vicinity of the designated future electric vehicle charging locations. I think it sounds almost the same. The difference is, I guess, I can't remember why I put it this way, but I guess the difference is that I was trying to merge it to add the EV capable parking spaces. The question I have is, do we need this language here? Does it clarify something or make it more difficult to follow? I don't have the answer. I'm just asking. To me, it's confusing, but again, it was there. I felt that there was some rationale behind it, and I didn't know what the rationale was because it was already adopted. So I was trying to merge it within the new language. If it's unclear, I'll follow the recommendation, I'll delete it or I'll modify it.
In my opinion, if we're going to maintain that information, it should match what's adopted currently, because what is adopted currently is more clear, in my opinion.
We cannot use the same because the current language talks about charging locations. I'll try to make it close though, but we need to clarify somewhere that we're talking about EV capable parking spaces. So these are not really charging locations. These are charging for future installation of chargers. So they're not yet charging locations, but I'll work on it. I got your concern.
And then I apologize. I don't think we clarified anything for Sue. Sorry, Sue. Maybe you could ask your question again and we can try.
Oh, well, you know, like I say, I'm not really, you know, very expert on this kind of stuff. So I'm just kind of going by what, you know, those who are smarter than me recommend. So.
Well, let's see. We have the listed raceway. It's the same language, that sentence, and then the termination point we have into a cabinet box or other enclosure in close proximity to the proposed location. So we have this. This is from the House bill, raceways and related components that are planned to be installed underground or in enclosed, inaccessible, or concealed areas and spaces shall be installed at the time of original construction. So this, the reason for this is that the inspector can check it. Again, I'm still not sure that we need this, but it was already adopted by the council. So I'll try to modify the language and make it more clear. We modified this sentence a little bit to refer to specify the language. It was there and we're specifying that the right section, the right reference is section 312 of the International Fire Code. And the termination location is important here, you know, compared to the electric vehicle for single family dwellings that we deleted this. This is important because you have the conduit, the raceway is taking care, and you need to identify the raceway termination point with EV capable. I think it's a standard procedure. And the exception, I will ask Micah here. The exception was, well, I was trying to use the same exception that is currently adopted. And it didn't work on it at all. I see two hands, Micah and Ken. Who is first, Micah?
Go with Ken. I'm processing
Okay.
still. Thanks.
Hi, my question regarding the section 312, and are you sure that you read all of 312?
This was proposed by Ray. I didn't read anything, and I think he did the research. And if it doesn't belong here, we will research it again. And you know, you're the professional here, so.
So the problem with just saying section 312 is that you have the posts that are in there, but then you have other barriers, which again require somebody to approve them separately. And so it might not be prescriptive. So I'm not too sure if, I mean, the addition of 312 of the fire code is, you know, nice, but then are you pulling the fire code official into this now to make the determination of the vehicle impact versus the WAC language that was, you had different language currently in the WAC, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that maybe we want to, or you might want to separate and not pull that fire code section in there. That's just my opinion.
The existing language was protected from vehicles by a curb or other device. It didn't have any reference to the fire code. And we were trying to make it more specific. So a general statement, protected from vehicles by a curb or other device, or a reference to the fire code. I don't know which one is better. I've opened the fire code 3 times in my life, so I apologize for that. I'm not knowledgeable on that.
I think the general information, I can agree with Ken, is better. The only other section that references IFC section 312 is in chapter 9 for fire department connections. I would rather us not send an applicant or designer over to the fire code again for something I don't know would accurately apply. So I agree with Ken on this.
Okay, so in this case, we'll have the pull box or stub shall be protected from vehicle impact. Give me a second. By curb or other device. Okay, does it sound better? The pull box or stub shall be protected from vehicle impact by a curb or other device, period. Micah, Ken?
Sorry, I just gave a thumbs up. Like I said, people get tired of me talking, so.
Well, we'll fall asleep if you don't. So this is the other option. It was originally there and we changed it. Okay. What about the exception?
Sorry, I'm looking at.
So we received a comment yesterday related to 1-inch diameter. And John, can you read the comment? I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I just.
Yeah, let me try to find it. Let's see. Yeah, it says, I'm in agreement with section 429 proposals. I'd like to see more specificity as to the sleeve and cap size in 427.3 exception and 429.4.1 exception. A 1-inch sleeve and cap could be a 1-inch trade size or a 1-inch exterior diameter. The difference being that 1-inch trade size would allow 3/4 inch conduit to pass through it, whereas 1-inch diameter would allow a 1/2 inch conduit to pass through it. I believe a larger diameter sleeve should be mandated to allow for maximum flexibility and current carrying capacity when routing electrical to a charging station. Let me know if you need to submit this in an official comment letter. That did will suffice, and that is from Mike Givern from the city of Kirkland.
I don't know if Rod is still here to back me up on that, but if you have 40 amp rated receptacle outlet and 40 amp rated branch circuit, 1-inch inside diameter may be enough. It depends of the wiring method you're using. It's maybe enough for 40 amp, but if you have 1-inch sleeve, I don't know if it will be enough. Okay, so I agree with the comment. I can't remember who submitted the comment. John, who submitted the comment? Okay, doesn't matter. So this is the issue with this on-site 1-inch diameter. So we eliminated the requirement for 1-inch conduit, but if we have this exception here, then you're going back to the 1-inch, even less than that.
So Stoyan, I agree with that comment as well, because a 1-inch diameter sleeve could be a 1-inch 40 sleeve where you would not be able to get a 1-inch conduit through it. What about putting in a cap sleeves of sufficient size to accommodate a 40 amp 208 240 volt branch circuit, not specifying the size? It's possible on larger facilities that the wire size may have to be increased for voltage drop as well. So, you know, depending on the size of the facility, you may need a larger conduit to accommodate the larger wire. So if you put in with capped sleeves of sufficient size to accommodate the 40 amp circuit, some language like that might be better.
So what do you say, cap sleeves capable of accommodating?
Yeah, cap sleeves of sufficient size to accommodate. Just a suggestion.
Technically, it seems more logical. I don't know how it reads. Is it clear what we're asking for?
I would comment that it seems to me like the exception's taken away the whole idea of having it EV ready and just giving you a pathway, a broken pathway to get there. I'm not sure how it came about, but I would I don't know why the exception was pushed forward. I don't see how much you gain on that, just having a pathway versus actually having the ready portion of it there.
I personally agree with you. Again, I included the exception because it was already there, and this is the other item that if we want to go above and beyond that, without the exception, I think it's much clearer what we're asking for. But again, it's a personal opinion, so I'm not working for an enforcing agency. So the folks from the building departments, they may have better idea how this, again, since this is an existing exception, how this how this shows up in design and enforcement. So we have three options here. One option, keep it as is. Second option, modify it as it's shown right now with the track changes. And the third option is eliminate the exception.
Being a mere alternate, I cannot make a proposal that I'm in agreement with it, eliminating the exception.
We have 20 participants, which means we have folks attending, you know, from the energy tag and members of the public, but we don't hear many comments from these folks. So I don't know if they are shy or they have nothing else to say, but more comments and feedback is better for us to realize what we're doing. And if there are mistakes, you know, we want to be aware of the mistakes and the issues that we may be creating. So just feel free to speak up and share your concerns. Okay, Andrew, can we have a vote on this then? If we have a motion.
Yep, let's get a motion.
So again, I will repeat three options. The first one is keep it as is. The second one is modify as it's shown on the screen. And the third option is the eliminate the exception.
This is Chris. I would move to modify as shown.
Thank you, Chris.
This is Al. I would second that motion, but I would ask Stoyan, do you need a comma after the word circuit? Just kind of tie that in neatly.
What is it? Which sentence is that?
The last word of your new sentence in purple. You have a comma that kind of separates this thought about cap sleeves. And then it goes on to say through each wall. So do you need a comma at the end of circuit? At the end of the word circuit, you were almost there.
With
right
cap
there.
sleeves of sufficient size to accommodate 4 amp dedicated on branch circuit. Yes, I think so.
Okay, then I second that motion with that comma.
Okay, I like commas. Andrew?
I guess if I need to make it clear, I'm okay with the comma.
Andrew's still showing online.
I see his picture, but
yeah.
Sorry about that. I am online. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? And motion passes.
Okay, the next one is for EV ready parking spaces. That one is, I think, easy technically because we have a 4 amp dedicated branch circuit, and I will eliminate again the national electrical code. I will make it the same as we already approved the one for single family dwellings. And okay, so I'm ready to hear comments.
Just a suggestion, Stoyan, since you're eliminating that, maybe make that, combine that with the next sentence and say a minimum 40 amp dedicated 240 volt branch circuit shall be installed and shall terminate at a receptacle outlet for EV charging equipment.
Let's see how we did it with for each dwelling unit, a minimum 4 amp dedicated shall be installed. The branch circuit shall terminate. Okay.
Either way.
Okay, I'll work on the language. Where did it go? Ah, yes. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
I have one comment for when, let's see, I have, what do I have? 6, 7 plan reviewers in my program. They all have their own definition of close proximity. I don't mean to pick on something so obvious, but I mean, it's just everybody has their own idea what that means.
I found a definition of close proximity. I think I found another one in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. I don't know how, I mean, I guess it needs to be close enough and make sense. I don't know how else I can define it.
Well, good point, Stoyan. The thing that I find that when we do use that type of language, it's different in Olympia than it's going to be in Redmond, than it's going to be in Seattle, and there's no consistency. So it's particularly Seattle.
Could we say at an approved location?
Yeah, but then we'll get to who is approving the location. My point here is that you have the architect or the designer designing, and we have the approved location, and they don't know how to design it if we don't further clarify what the approved location is. I'm not against the clarifying language. I just don't know how to clarify it. Again, you folks are part of the enforcing agency, so you deal with this on an everyday basis. So your feedback is important. I have the same issue with close proximity.
Well,
And,
is there a, kind of a maximum, it should be within, say, 10 feet unless approved by the building official or something like that?
we can do it. We can put how many feet.
I don't know if that's is 10 feet reasonable, or should it be 20 or?
There was something in Article 625 in the National Electrical Code. I think it was, there is a requirement for the conductors for the charger. Rod, can you remember that? I don't have it open, and it will take me some time to find it. But so if we clarify instead, close proximity, we'll have it you know, let's say 5 feet, 3 feet.
I think we aren't going to figure out an answer that's a number. I know we don't like putting in things that are squishy like that, but I can live with it being the way it is. I should clarify.
The question about the close proximity will always come up. And again, I don't know what the better option is.
Yeah, I mean, because close proximity matters too. Like, is it on the other side of a wall? Then obviously, no, that's not great. But it could be within 10 feet. So, or maybe it goes across the stairs that go up to your, into your house. So I would just stick with close proximity and let us have some judgment and be okay with that not being exactly the same everywhere you go.
Was that the language that was in there before, Stoyan? Close proximity, or was there?
Let's see. So required to serve parking direction shall be located. So, service capacity shall be designed to accommodate. Shall terminate at spaces. No, it says that the raceway shall terminate at spaces designated for parking and charging electric vehicles in the future. And I didn't like this because it cannot be located at the space. And then you may have the charger installed, let's say, if you have a parking structure, how it's used right now, you have enclosed parking for a mall, right? And you have the chargers installed on the front of the vehicles on the wall. So, I mean, I was struggling between the existing language and this close proximity that is used a lot, and specifying a location, you know, within how many feet. And because I didn't find the right language, I kept it with close proximity because it allows the local jurisdiction to make a judgment call. I'm not saying it's the best way of doing it. I just comparing with 3 bad choices, I think that one was not that much bad. But personal opinion. Micah?
I think, Stoyan, you're kind of making the argument for the approved language, because approved, if it's italicized, it is a defined term in the building code that says acceptable to the building official, which is what you're indicating. It's close proximity interpretation would be left over to the code official or left to the code official. So you might as well put approved in there, since approved is a defined term that specifies that will be determined or approved, not determined, but approved by the code official. So I think you're making that argument for that approved language that Sue suggested.
I don't mind changing it. I don't want to argue about this because, again, I'm not the building inspector. I don't know if if I was a consultant, right? And if I see a proof location, the first thing I will do like, okay, what is the proof location? I don't know how to design it. I don't know how to review the plan. That was my concern. If my concern is not valid, it's okay. You know, it just, you guys are on the front line every day, so you may know better. Rod, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I was just going to say the NEC doesn't really help with this. All it says is that the overall usable length shall not exceed 25 feet. So it gives a maximum length of cable, but it doesn't give a minimum or any other, you know, cable designation.
So if we don't specify the distance, we have approved location versus close proximity. again, I don't know which one is better.
This is Al again. I can live with close proximity. It's just, I was trying to get to a minimum so it's clear what they have to do. I hear regularly from folks that depending upon if they work with my program as an AHJ or any of the other AHJs, that it should be spelled out in the code what's required so that people understand how to design it, just like you were saying, Stoyan.
And keep in mind that, you know, we spent 4 hours already, and now we'll hit 4, I think, but this will go to the council and it will be discussed at the council meeting. So it may go 1 hour and so, and then we'll have 2 months comment period, and we'll be receiving comments and testimonies, and we'll have public hearings. So we will have some more feedback on that. So, you know, there will be a time that enough time to change it. And electric vehicles, electric vehicle requirements, electric vehicle infrastructure is also a hot item, you know, compared to the energy code. You know, for the energy code, we haven't started the rulemaking yet. We haven't submitted the CR 102, and we received like 500 comments about 2 proposals. So I'm assuming we'll get many comments about this, and if something better pops up, then, you know, we can modify the language. It doesn't need to be set as it is. There will be more comments and more changes to the language. So my suggestion here is keep it as it is with the close proximity. I will have the other options. So when we get to the council meeting, I can share what the other options are, and we'll see what's going to happen. Currently, we have 2, 3: approved location, close proximity, or specifying the exact distance from the conduit to the electric vehicle charging space.
All right, sounds like a plan to me. Is there a motion?
This is how I would move to take Stoyan's suggestion and move on. So leave it as
Al, is there a
written.
second?
I'd second this, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And motion passes.
Okay, for the electrical room, this is the language that was discussed. I didn't change anything. So this is the language that was recommended to move forward to the council. I didn't change anything. I don't know what. Oh, I did. Sorry. With the exception, I had the automatic load management system. This is an option, and the question here is, I added this. So it was a Rod suggestion 8 amps. I added 16 because currently the smallest vehicle, electric vehicle battery is 3.3 kilowatt hour, which is about 13 something amps. So to me, 16 amps was making more sense to have level 2 charging. It's not based on any study or research or anything. It just, I made the calculations. If we need 3.3 as a minimum, I've seen other states clarifying that the automatic load management system must be designed to allocate charging capacity, and they specified 3.3 kilowatts. But when the kilowatts are changing based on the voltage and the amperage, so I want to specify the amps instead the kilowatts. So this is the intent behind it, and I understand the concerns about how the building inspector enforce that. It should go to the national electrical code. But again, this is the other issue I was having, how to make it better, and I didn't know how. There is a hand there, and I don't know who that person is.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't change my name. This is Annabelle Drayton with the Northwest Energy Coalition. I don't pretend to fully understand kind of the technical needs of the electrical rooms up through the charging equipment. I guess just on a general comment is if you're building it for the lowest common denominator, or say the onboard charger of the vehicle is kind of, you're building it to the smallest onboard charger that a vehicle has. It seems like the industry may be moving away from that lowest number, and that basing it off that kind of minimum wouldn't be adequate in the future. Again, I don't fully understand the issue, but I just wanted to flag that is maybe a concern with basing it off that lowest number, because the onboard chargers do have a higher capacity nowadays on average. And so maybe you would want to move towards the average instead of like the lowest you're finding. I hope that makes sense.
Keep in mind that this is not the requirement. So the requirement is still, you need 40 amp. I'll talk about receptacle outlet here, but the same comment would apply if you have the electric vehicle charger. So let's say the requirement is still for 40 amp receptacle outlet, right? And what the automatic load management system will do, it will move the loads from one charger to another, or different from one type of load to a different type of load. This will allow smaller electric service. This is the intent, and we don't want to have here, like, without anything, without this clarification, we're saying, okay, the load management system may be used, but what if the electrical engineer decides to use load management system? Let's say I have 10 chargers and I can use only one at a time because the other 9, they don't have enough capacity. They cannot be used. So with this, we're saying, okay, you can manage the load with the management system, but you need 16 at least for the charger.
Okay.
The other detail here is that we already require full capacity for the EV ready parking spaces. Okay, so the EV ready parking spaces, where is the sentence? The electrics right here. The electric service panel capacity and the electrical system shall have sufficient capacity to simultaneously charge all electric vehicles at all required EV ready and EV capable parking spaces at a minimum 4 amps. What we're saying is, if you have EV ready charging parking spaces, you need full capacity, okay, 40 amps per each. And this is for the EV capable, okay? So let's pretend I'm building something and I have 10 EV chargers already installed, and I am required to calculate this at the full capacity, and I have 10 that I may install one day, or I may not. So when I'm calculating the electrical loads, I will be using the load management system for this EV spaces for future installation, not for the ones that are already there. If it clarifies or make it worse, I'm not sure.
No, that's helpful. I guess I was just wondering, so it is very helpful. I didn't fully understand the kind of the load management system component. I guess I was just wondering if it should be built based on the average EV rather than like the smallest like EV capacity requirement. But again, I'm not an expert, so I won't push this item anymore. Just curious. 3.3
kilowatt hours are not, you have smaller than that for plug-in hybrids. 3.3, the first electric vehicles in 2011, about that time, they were with 3.3. And then it went up, and then it went up. So I don't I can't remember.
I feel like it's around 7 maybe is more.
It goes more than that. It goes more than that. I think there is 9.2. There are some with 12, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just we're allowing the developer or the electrical engineer or whoever, the owner, to save a little bit for something that may or may not be installed. So it's ready to be installed, but when you calculate the load, you don't need to increase the transformer for something that you may or you may not use. So we're allowing this option, and this option is available in the National Electrical Code. Here, we're just specifying that you can use it for the load management, for the electric vehicle charging. The other option is, if we don't say anything, well, the electrical code already allows it. So you will have all different, we may have all different management systems all over the place, or we may have jurisdictions that will say, no, we don't allow that here. So it's just something, it's an option. It's an exception.
My comment on this was, I don't think we need in the building code to tell how to size the electrical equipment and electrical rooms. I'm personally, when I do my plan review, I would struggle with that because I wouldn't, but someone else might struggle with what are you talking about? And now you're getting into equipment sizing and load management. And I know it's in there, but I just want to be on record. That's my personal opinion.
It's not that I disagree, but I mean, it's supposed to be clearer in the statute, but it's not. And when I came on board, I didn't know this detail that Labor and Industries is also enforcing agency for compliance with the National Electrical Code. I didn't know that. So I get that. I understand the intent. I mean, I understand the issue now, but I guess the legislature was trying to, providing this cross-reference between the State Building Code Council and the Labor and Industries. I guess they were trying to say, okay, that some items related to electric installations, they need to be adopted in the National Electrical Code, but it appears that this is not how it works. And again, I understand the issue. Micah mentioned it several times. I agree with this. It's an issue. Many jurisdictions don't have electrical inspectors and electrical plant checkers, but if you can give me a better idea, I will accept it without thinking about it.
Yeah, I would suggest that you just put the electrical rooms and electrical distribution size to accommodate the potential electrical equipment and just leave it at that. It's more of an informational. In fact, I don't think we need codes to tell me to meet the code. Personally, it's to be sufficient size and leave it at that. Because for instance, it gets funny on electrical room sizes. It has to do with the equipment and I don't know. I guess I've said this a few times, and so the shortest and the least specific, I think, is better in this case.
So you don't like this, right?
Yeah, correct. And then you wouldn't need the exception either, because that's a design. It's really a design issue. And I'm speaking because we're trying to design a multi-story parking lot with at least 29 charging stations, and they're asking for 75 possible. And I'm still wondering how they're going to design that. But you're going to have to introduce higher voltage to distribute that kind of power through there. And you're going to have step down transformers. And, so really we're starting to design electrical systems. And I think that needs just to be really shortened like you have personally.
Again, I'm not against what you're saying. I get it. My point of view is that the load management system is in the statute, and there was a reason for that. We just couldn't specify what the exact intent was behind it. So the load management system again is allowed. Let's hear Rod what he's gonna say, and then I can continue. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that this paragraph is broken up into two concepts. The first sentence talks about size, physical size of the room. And then the part that you have in gray there talks about capacity. So you have to have both of those. You have to have physical space to install the equipment, but then you have to have the service designed with sufficient capacity to supply all of that. So I think you may not need all of the detail in the gray section, but you do need something to address that the service capacity needs to be sufficient.
And I was going to say something similar, not exactly the same, but similar. The issue we are dealing with is that there are two sets of requirements. The first one is 10% EV ready, which is they need everything. They need the breaker, they need a circuit, the wire, and they need the receptacle outlet or any other, a charger, right? This is the 10%. So this is easy. If it was the 10%, you wouldn't need to clarify anything else, because if this is a requirement, then I think labor and industries, the electrical inspectors, they will catch that. They will try to see this in the electrical calculations and how the system is designed. And then we are going further, and we have 10% EV capable, and we require the Raceway. Well, this is very important to specify that you don't need the Raceway only, you need the panel capacity, because if you have the Raceway and you decide to add 10 additional EV chargers, and you have a 400 amp service panel, and you don't have a big enough transformer on the side, it defeats the purpose. So this is why we need to clarify that you need the service capable of accommodating. So not only the size, but you also need the capacity that will help you install it later. And then we go to this exception or option provided by the legislature for the load management systems. If we don't have anything, then I'm an electrical engineer by trade. When I try to cut the corners, I'll say, okay, I have the load management system, then I'll bypass the chargers. Can I do that? I think I can, as far as I see it. So I felt that we needed to clarify that. Yes, you can have the load management system. It will be enforced by the electrical code, but the electrical code doesn't have the scoping there. The electrical code has the technical provisions, and we want to say, this is what we need. 100% capacity for the EV ready, and you can use the load management system for the other 10% if you keep it at the minimum of 16 amps per charger. It was my intent. Rod, did you forget your hand, or you want to say something else?
Nope, just forgot to put it down.
Okay.
Any additional discussion, comments?
Micah?
So I agree with you and Rod that the information for both needs to be there. I think the question or concern that folks are having is this is a very wordy, long paragraph to get that to you. I believe that you could probably, and I'd be happy, I'm actually working on it right now while we're discussing this, was to send over something that kind of combines all that. I mean, really, you want the space in the room or serving the electrical equipment, and you want the capacity for the electrical equipment to be there. But I don't think you need to spell that out in a 5-sentence paragraph. I think you could just indicate that because in probably 2 sentences. So I think that was kind of the concern, and then you could maintain the exception in some way. I definitely think this could be rewritten to at least be a little more clear. And I think that's what we've done in other sections, and I'd be happy to work on that with somebody, if that's Rod or the tag or whatever else. Or if you want to give me another 10 minutes while you discuss the rest, I'll send something in the chat in a minute.
We modified this at the first meeting. So a few phrases were added to it. And I didn't play much with it. I just worked on the exception. So if we are making changes, sure, I'm okay with it. Just I don't want to go back to where we started at the first meeting and cut it back where we were. It's not a concern, it's just a statement. So if Micah, if you can provide better language, sure, we can change it. My issue, in addition to everything else that was said, was with so I think that we need this clarification for the 16 amps, but again, we are getting into this cross-reference and how building departments that don't have electrical inspectors, how they will enforce it. Micah, did you forget your hand or you want to say something?
Sorry,
Okay.
I forgot.
Okay.
So how do we want to proceed?
I'll have some in just a few minutes, Andy, if you.
If we will keep the same requirements and not changing the regulatory effect, then I can suggest you vote to move forward with it, and we will be working to make the language sound better. But it will be editorial. It won't be any changing the requirements.
All right. Are folks okay with that? If so, anyone want to make a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to make the changes as Stoyan indicated, with the editorial happening later.
Thank you, Sue. Anyone else want a second?
This Chris, I'll second.
Thank you, Al and Chris. I'll take seconds from both of you. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And motion passes. On to the accessible parking spaces.
429.4.4. This section needs more work. Why? So this is from the language is very close to what we have in the House Bill, HB 1287. Well, it was introduced with 57, but it was kept the same. So what this section says, 10% of the accessible parking spaces rounded to the next whole number shall be EV capable. So we have, let's say we have 10 parking spaces, okay? And 10% of these 10 parking accessible parking spaces, and then 10% of the accessible parking spaces need to be EV capable. then we'll have one accessible EV capable and one accessible EV ready. This is what we have, okay? There is a requirement in ANSI A117, and ANSI A117 is, these are the accessibility standards. This is the reference standard in IBC 2017 ANSI pertaining to accessibility, and they have different approach. So they do it the other way around. So we have 10% of the accessible parking spaces need to be EV capable, and the ANSI has it like how many percent? I can't remember. I think 5% of the EV charging spaces need to be accessible, something like this. And I run hundreds of calculations, and I couldn't figure out which one is the most restrictive because it's just a different approach. So my recommendation for this language, if you don't have anything else to add, and I will accept recommendations as well, move it forward as it is, and I'll keep working on it. I want to have more comments when we post this for comment period, you know, for 2 months. I hope we will get some feedback from the folks involved in you know, accessibility advocates or accessibility community. So I couldn't make the decision by myself. So this is my addition to the language you see.
All right, thank you.
Do we need to have something like a minimum of one space or something like that in that language?
Yes and no at the same time, because when we round to the next whole number, then you will end up with 1. If you have 0 point something and you round it up, you get to 1. But I can add it.
Any other comments? Micah, go ahead.
And I'm not sure on the question or the answer for this, but have we verified that this aligns with the ICC A117 standard that will be in effect for the next code cycle? I hate for us to put something in here that doesn't align with that updated standard that will go into effect automatically at the next code adoption.
That was my comment. This is why I made the comment. So it doesn't, because again, in ANSI, there is a different approach. ANSI required a percentage of EV spaces to be accessible. And here we say 10% of the accessible parking spaces need to be EV capable and EV ready. So it's a different approach. And I wasn't sure, again, if there are folks with better math skills than me, you know, help me out with that, because I couldn't figure out which one is the more restrictive. There is a new section, Micah, to be more specific. There is a new section in ANSI. But my initial intent was, okay, I'll get ANSI. Sure. Or we don't need this here. We'll refer to ANSI. It will be shorter. We don't need all this language, but I couldn't figure out if ANSI is less restrictive than what we have in the statute. That was my issue. I prefer to refer to ANSI. We don't need this accessibility provisions here, but I need to figure out ANSI or the statute is more restrictive. If ANSI is more restrictive than the statute, then we can refer to ANSI. If it's the other way around, then we need to stick with this language. What I'm asking is, I need more time to work on it. And I need more comments from different stakeholders, not to insult anybody here, but we don't have representatives from the accessibility community, and this is one of these sections that we will need help with. Kathleen, I see your hand.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Stoyan. A question for you, or just more sets of eyes, because I tend to confuse myself here. So with respect to accessibility. So let's say we have 10 spaces, and with respect to accessibility, one of those spaces would have to be accessible, correct? And then with this code text, 10% would have to be EV capable. So that one spot would have to be EV capable and one spot would have to be EV ready. And if the EV ready space actually became, let's see, the EV ready space was perhaps the accessible space, then you would have the conflict. Am I saying this right? You have the conflict because the accessible space has now been usurped as an EV ready space, and a non-EV vehicle could not park in that space due to the other WAC. Am I saying this correctly? Would we have conflict basically with any parking lot that has less than 2 accessible spaces?
It was an issue. Again, I apologize. I'll go back to California because California is the only state that has something in the building code, a comprehensive, I mean, very detailed sections related to electric vehicles. And the intent is different. What we have in ANSI, it's not enough. It's just a very, it's a simple section. And California decided to go above and beyond that, and they developed a TER language a few years ago. And the intent was, if you have up to, I can't remember, 4 or 5 spaces, they will be designed to meet the accessibility standards for parking spaces, but everybody can park the vehicle and charge it. So these are not dedicated accessible chargers. These are chargers that everybody can use, but the person with a disability can park their vehicles and can use the charger. You know, it has the access aisle and it has the accessible route and it has the clear floor space. So here, this is from the legislature. And I personally don't know how it works. When it hit the roads, I don't know how it works. This is why I asked, I need more time to evaluate that and see, the ANSI, and I need to move back to the adoption process and see the rationale behind what ANSI has. And to buy some time, this is why I suggested keep it as is. It's the same, very close to the language in the statute. And then down the road, I will have a few more months to work on it, and I'll figure that out.
Thanks for the clarification, Stoyan. Yeah, this is an area that always is kind of confounding, and most of the code languages examples that I've seen. So good job.
This is the last one. And we'll have time for the other proposal, which I think it's important also. Can we have a vote on it?
I don't see why not. Anyone want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the changes as noted. Sent forward to full council.
Thank you, Sue. And I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And the motion passes.
Okay, it was less than 4 hours, so let's move to the other one. And give me a second to open it. Okay, the proponent is here, but I want to start with just to make a statement. So Kathleen, she submitted it. It was rejected at the first TAC meeting. She modified it. She went to the standing committee meeting. The standing committee referred it to the council, and the council moved it back to the TAC. One of the suggestions that I heard from the council members was, can we merge these two proposals? Yes, we can. But there is something that TAC needs to do and the council needs to vote on before we start merging the language. The reason is the proposal that we just discussed, the intent is it will go above and beyond, but as required by HB 1287. And this proposal goes a little further than that. So the first thing that the TAC and the council needs to consider is, do we want to go above and beyond? And if we do, it will be easy to merge these two proposals with no issues. So this is why we have two proposals. Again, one that is consistent, at least the intent is to stay consistent with the statutory requirement. And this one, it goes a little further. Kathleen modified it, and this is the revised version. Okay, I'm done with my speech.
All right, very good, thank you. Anything else? Any comments on Stoyan's speech? Anyone
Well,
want to?
the speech was related to make the transition to the proposal. So what I was trying to say is it's an important proposal too. And the mistake I made, I started with my proposal, so I should do the other way around. And in this case, I would have only 30 minutes to talk about my proposal, and Kathleen would be on the for 2.5, 3 hours. So here is the proposal, and she can provide more details how she revised it, but definitions, defined terms used in the proposal, and she uses 427 because she uses the existing language in section 427, but it's easy, it's editorial, can be changed. So I don't know how, Kathleen, how you want to introduce your work.
Thank you, Stoyan, and thank you all for the opportunity to share today. So the two big pieces in this proposal are the requirements for actually installing EV chargers, as well as a higher percentage for EV ready. And then there's a distinction, or kind of an exception for affordable housing. And so I'll kind of walk through this and provide reasoning behind why certain changes were made, and the affordable housing decision really kind of stays the same. Let's see, Andrew, if you could please pop on up to, or excuse me, is it?
I'm controlling this, so let me know where do you want to go.
Thank you, Stoyan. Yeah, if you can please pop on up to the definitions.
Mm-hmm.
So because we are distinguishing between affordable housing and non-affordable, we've pulled definitions to define those. They come from, I'll have to pull up my notes, it's existing state RCW, which is associated with new and rehabilitated multiple unit dwellings in urban centers. So the definition text is identical to already state text defining affordable housing for both rental as well as home ownership. And so that's where those definitions come from. The other definitions are existing, and they are based on Stoyan's proposal. And if you can please scroll down, Stoyan, and maybe I just kind of walk through this, and then perhaps we dive a little bit more deeply into it. So this version has eliminated the altered buildings, and it just applies to new construction. And if you slide on down to the table, we've got it broken down by occupancies, and then again, there's that distinguishing factor between all R2 occupant, or all R occupancies versus R2 occupancies, affordable housing. And so these percentages with respect to the non-residential and non-affordable housing residential 10% of EVSE plus an EV charger installed reflects the zero emission state requirement, being that again, 8% of sales or product needs to be by 2025 utilized by our vehicle sales. And then EV Ready, again, partnered with that load management, the 10% and the 25%. These reflect standards that have been replicated across the United States in various codes and ordinances. So California, Department of Commerce actually follows California's lead, which is how we got to the 8% of sales by 2025. California is considering expanding that, actually will be, and they're setting rules around it to 100% by 2035. So these percentages reflect kind of at the beginning how we can start to build in that infrastructure, but again, very quickly it's going to escalate. So if we don't adopt some sort of required EV charging and EV ready, we are going to have a huge deficit in infrastructure versus what's out on the road. And so I believe I implore folks to really consider that, because it's going to have to be built in somewhere. And so is it our municipalities that are going to be supplying all of these charging stations, or can, again, we distribute that share amongst our private developments? And so the majority of charging does happen at the resident. And so single family is decent. That homeowner is going to install the charger based on their vehicle purchase. But 9% of all charging is actually happening currently at the office space, you know, where you go to do your retail and whatnot. And so that 10% of EVSE plus charger installed is not unreasonable. The other build-in that's super important, of course, is the apartment unit and or multiple unit occupancies, i.e. condo and whatnot. And so again, having that stability of the chargers at that location. But we do have a very real challenge right now with affordable housing, in that homeownership projects do not reap the benefits of the tax credits. And then affordable housing developers, those of whom I've been working with, and I work with quite a few, right now, the cost of building right now, as we all know, is just skyrocketed, COVID and all those other bits and pieces. And so most of these, like in particular, the affordable housing developers, come funded by 8, 10, 15 funding sources. The time it takes for them to accumulate that. So it's a very real issue. And it's not that we do not want to provide that type of support and charging infrastructure at the affordable housing, in particular rental units. It's just that there is a huge strain. We already have a massive housing deficit. And so in perhaps the 2021 code, we kind of look at it as a little bit of a roll-in, and then we can be more aggressive after that. If the tag determines, no, in fact, we want, you know, the 10% in lieu of the 5% for EV charging installed, then that is okay. I am fearful that it will tank the entire proposal. That is my only concern. And so it will be interesting to hear from our affordable housing communities via letter and testimony what their preference would be. But based on the conversations that I have had, they are maxed. And so, you know, even City of Seattle, as it is adopting its 2018 Energy Code amendments, they have made accommodation, like, for example, with the renewable requirement, affordable housing is exempt. And there's Al Spalding? Do you have a question, comment?
I do. You're doing such a wonderful job explaining this, though. I hate to interrupt your flow, but maybe for later, I'm very curious why in your table you specifically carved out a specific type of R occupancy at the very bottom, the R2. And then you left out, because Group R has at least 3 occupancy types in it, 1, 2, and 3, right? And so I'm curious, and you're saying that we want to be careful not to go below. I'm really surprised that you only carved out the R2, and maybe you have reason for that, for affordable housing, because that would eliminate other affordable housing R occupancies. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Al. And if there's a modification that we could make here and just make it all our occupancies, that's fine. The research that I conducted pointed really at condominium and apartment with respect to affordable housing stock. And so if we do have other examples that are consistent in the other R occupancies, absolutely, we should make that modification. So thank you very much for that question.
I just want to clarify the terms that are used here. So you see here EV, electric vehicle supply equipment space with installed EV charger. So that space has the charger. And in my proposal, I'm using EV ready parking spaces. And this is used in the same way. So everything is ready except the charger. So just to, you know, when folks are reviewing this, just to keep that in mind.
And thank you very much, Stoyan. It's interesting because the electrical code holds us to a definition that it's not technically acknowledged by industry. Industry interprets EVSE as an installed charging space. Our electrical code does not specify that. So that's the challenge in the definitions. And it'd be nice to have the definition, code definition in alignment with the industry or vice versa. So there's a little bit of challenge there. So thank you for pointing that out. If we scroll down, please. Thank you very much, Stoyan. The rest of that meat of that text that's been deleted, Stoyan's version, I think, covers it well, and conversations have happened all day today regarding the content of that. So I would, that's a place where you just merge the two bits. And then with respect to section 427.5, the identification requirements, I would assume that we would delete that, such as was done in Stoyan's version. But again, that would be a merging piece. So as this stands now, again, it just applies to new construction. And then we've got affordable housing conversation as well as the percentages conversation. So that's it for my presentation, and would welcome any comments, feedback, conversation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen. So comments, questions, conversation?
I had a comment or question that
Sure, you want to go, Mark, and then Chris, your hand's up. You can go next, and Micah after Chris. So go ahead, Mark.
I just wanted to ask, did we do the cost benefit analysis, or the, I recall previously they were saying there was no additional cost. How did you treat that?
Yeah, my apologies. In my response that was presented at the committee last week, I identified that was an error on my part. I was submitting multiple proposals. It was following two construction demolition ones that didn't have a cost impact. And so that was a lack of checkbox. However, cost information was provided in the explanation. And I've added more since then because we've uncovered a little bit more. So would you like me to share about what that cost information or impact would be?
I'm unclear if that's part of our analysis or not.
It should be part of the. It should be part of the analysis. It's part of the proposal. So if you miss this analysis, it will go back to the council staff, and the council staff, I don't think we have the knowledge and capability and the workforce to do analysis for all proposals. So the cost benefit analysis is required. So the proponent submits the cost benefit analysis, and it's based on our bylaws, it should be taken into consideration by the TAC members when they discuss the proposals. The previous proposal that I had doesn't need cost benefit analysis because it's driven by the legislature. This is why I wanted to, distinguish between these two. One is whatever the statute says, and this goes a little bit above and beyond. So that one, in my opinion, will require cost benefit analysis, but if we move forward with this proposal, I can have a discussion with our Assistant Attorney General how legally it works.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I guess I have two separate comments. One being that I am supportive of the additional requirements for more spaces to be ready and actually, or more spaces to actually have charging stations installed. I understand that that's something that needs to happen for vehicles to get used. I am just stuck on the affordable housing exemption. I just don't see, I can't be supportive of that just from an equity and access standpoint. I understand the hardships that developers face, especially affordable housing developers, but we don't anywhere else in the code say for any other minimum standard, like for, I don't know, light, ventilation, floor space. We don't have an exception for like micro housing. If it's affordable, can get smaller, right? And I know that nobody here is trying to make standards less for people that are in a tougher spot. So I know that's not the intent either, but I think we just kind of have to stick the line there. And if it comes through as public comment that it's necessary and the council decides to go that way, then that's what it is. But as a group, I don't think we can push forward anything that doesn't give equal access to things.
Greatly appreciate that feedback, Chris. So point of clarification, how much can this version be modified based on public comment by the time it hits council? So how is it presented to council? As overwhelming response was that it should be reduced by X% or it should be expanded by X%. When does that conversation happen?
The procedure is the TAC will make a recommendation. Let's say the TAC makes a recommendation to eliminate this exception. So it works as an exception, and then it goes to the council, and we can specify at the council meeting if we don't get buried by other comments that it was initially proposed, the TAC recommended a modification, so this is how it is. The council will vote on it. They will move forward with it. They will move forward as modified, or they will reject it, depends. So let's say we are moving forward with it and we will file it with the CR 102, and we have 2 months comment period and 2 public hearings to collect testimonies, to hear testimonies. And then the assumption is that we'll have more comments and more suggestions, more feedback on this. So it can go either direction.
All right, thank you, Chris. You had one other comment?
No, that was it. I mean, I just don't see how we can push forward something that way. That seems to me to be a much broader policy type question that would be more appropriate for legislature to address or appointed people on the council itself. Does that make sense? It's not a technical thing, right?
Makes
that we
sense to
normally
me.
provide input on.
The intent here was, I'll get involved, but I'm sorry, Kathleen, but talking to her intent was, you have a specific amount of money. Let's say you have $100 million. How many units you build with that? Let's say we'll build 100,000. And if we don't have the exception, how many of these units you'll lose? So let's say we'll lose 1,000. So it's comparing apples to oranges. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we understand. It's just, you're balancing two things there. So Micah, did you want to go? I'm just trying to keep things moving along since we've got 12 minutes left in our schedule.
Sure. Kathleen, thanks for bringing this back. I think I actually made the motion at the council meeting to bring this back to the tag with the other proposal and maybe see about combining them. But can I get Stoyan you to scroll up to 427.1? I have some questions on a few sections in there just to make sure I'm looking at the right ones. So I did have some concerns with it saying paved surface parking lots. I think if this is a statewide proposal, that not all parking lots are going to be paved. If they are, maybe we should look at impervious surfaces and not just paved surfaces. And then looking at 427.2, the language still, it points to the table 427.2.1, but then after that you have a mixed use non-residential, and I'm not sure how the table applies to that. And then the last part of that sentence, you're actually referencing table 427.2.2, which I believe your current iteration has removed. Is that correct?
That is correct, and thank you. I forgot to mention that was an omission. They should both refer to 427.2.1. If the text is clunky, they could be merged. Yeah, and I actually want to, if I may, say one more thing with respect to the affordable housing. Issaquah, City of Issaquah was the first one out of the starting gate to adopt EV charging language that reflected the regional code collaboration work. And the feedback that they received from the affordable housing community was influenced the outcome of the code language, which then said that affordable housing would provide enough EV parking as long as it was cost neutral. So that was the provision that they put in there. So it's an example of some of the feedback having been received by that particular development community. So I'd just like to put that there. And Micah, I'm sorry, what else did you identify in here?
Just the second part of 427.2 where it talks about mixed residential, non-residential uses. I guess I would ask you to explain how the table applies to that, because I'm not, I mean, I see the language there, but I'm not following how you would actually apply the table to mixed residential and non-residential uses if they were, say, on the same property, or I'm struggling to see how the table would apply to, say, in our occupancy that has both affordable and non-affordable units. And
oh, very good.
I'm just struggling with the table.
No, that's
and so that was kind of my question.
That I did not catch that. That's a really good point. Thank you. That's a really good catch.
Like the concept of the table though, and I think that's something in the future we should explore for the state change that we just talked about at the tag, but we won't get into that right now. But I do like that concept. It's probably a little easier visually in how to apply stuff. I definitely think that the mixed use occupancy question would come up in this, and it's going to come up in the proposal we have from the last discussion. So thanks for the effort.
Thank you. Is there an opportunity to make modifications prior to, I guess you're doing a final vote. Is there an opportunity to come back to vote based on a modification that we discuss?
I think we can do that. We did that in the last proposal, make a motion and a vote, based on, proposed modifications, and then come back with finalized language. So.
Great, thank you.
So we can modify it here, or if it's editorial, then I mean, you will make the changes. I see the reference to a table is kind of editorial because the table is no longer there.
Yep. Any further discussion? Would anyone like to make a motion?
There is, sorry, point of order. Andrea posted something in the chat.
Let's see. Oh, sorry, I got stuck further up, so I didn't get to see all these. So go ahead. So Andrea stated for every 1,000 in additional costs, over 2,500 Washington households are unable to qualify for a new mortgage. So level 2 EVs add $2,250 in added costs. Therefore, what about 5,000 households would be unable to qualify at that point? Andrea, anything else you'd like to add? Or did? Any other comments or questions? Anyone want to make a motion?
I had a comment or question. This is Mark.
Yep, go ahead.
Could we see Is it possible to get a vision of what these two would look like merged? Because I could see where they can merge together pretty good. Or is that kind of what we're looking at right now?
That's kind of what we're looking at now, though. We'll merge them together. Well, staff will attempt to merge them together and get our help if need be, but you know, they're two separate proposals. You know, so we're agreeing we're deciding whether or not we agree to each one. But we already decided on the other one. We're deciding if we agree to this, and then it'll get meshed in to the existing language as necessary.
So I have a clarifying question. If you suggest or if you recommend merging both proposals, do you want to merge it after the council meeting or before the council meeting?
I'd say after. I think that's editorial, you know, and you know, it can be done at your leisure. You know,
my point is, you know, after if the TAC decides that we will be merging these two proposals, Kathleen and I will work on the language, but do you want to have this proposal discussed by the council separately and then merge them? If the council agrees that they need both and we can merge it, or you have only one proposal submitted to the council for discussion, you know, we will merge it, but before the council meeting. That is the question I have, and I need the clarification before you folks vote on it.
are you able to merge it prior to the council meeting?
We don't have time. We don't have time enough. We don't have enough time. This is why I was concerned.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be merged prior.
The other, wait. Sorry, we have a council meeting tomorrow. However, we cannot add these proposals for tomorrow's council meeting. Tomorrow's council meetings is pretend it's a council meeting from September 17, and we are continuing with this council meeting. We cannot change the agenda. And
Okay,
this,
so this will be next month. Anyway,
this will be in October. So this is why it's still important. Now we have the time. We just need a clear recommendation what the TAC is recommending.
okay, yeah, if you've got the time to merge it all together, if we approve this, then that'd be great to see the final language for the full council to vote on.
I think we have time. We can.
Okay. Any other discussions, comments?
Andrew, I might
motions?
suggest that, because I know how my personal votes would go, perhaps when a motion is made, would you entertain one that I see the proposal as having two pieces, one being additional requirements for the installation of actual charging equipment, and the other one being the affordable housing exemption. I see those as being two distinct things that may or may not want to get moved forward.
I think you could put it all in one, in a single motion.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, if it got in one motion, I would vote a certain way, but if they got split out, I would vote different ways on the two motions.
Well, you could make a motion with your comment of how you'd like the affordable housing to be or not be.
Okay.
So the other thing is still clarification for clarification purposes. So this proposal requires, I'll go with the residential group R. So this proposal requires 10% of the total parking spaces. So 10% need a charger. And then we have 25% that are EV ready. So if we are merging the proposals, we need to increase whatever we had in 429 that we discussed before. So we need to increase the 10% that I have. We need to increase the 10% to 25. The clarification is the previous proposal has 10% EV capable. Should we keep the 10% EV capable, or we go with what we see in this proposal? That is also important.
All right, so we'll make sure that's part of the motion. Chris, I hate to put you on the spot. Do you think you're ready to make a motion? Or would you prefer
Yeah,
not to?
as soon as you're ready to extend the meeting for a few minutes.
Yes, I can extend for 5 minutes. I'll be probably taking care of 2 meetings at once, so I'll have you on mute and them on mute at certain times, but yes. And let's take a quick motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes. Can I get a second?
Second for me.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so my motion would be to bring forward and combine this proposal with respect to the number of spaces provided with electrical vehicle charging equipment and at the increase in EV ready spaces to the BFP without bringing forward and combining the exemptions for affordable housing. Is that clear enough?
Yep, that is clear enough. Is that clear enough for staff?
My understanding is we will have 10% with charger plus 25% EV ready, and we will not have.
Yeah, so give me just 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm not.
So EV space, EV charging spaces with chargers, 10%, 25% EV ready, which will be with, let's say, a receptacle outlet, but not chargers, and we will not have EV capable with loose wire or a conduit. Is it?
No, Stoyan, I think that would be, it's 10% with actual chargers, 25% easy to install later.
So now we are going to 10% plus 25, it's 35, plus 10%, it's 45. Do you want to require 45% capacity for the electric vehicle service?
No, I guess the way I would interpret that, the way I see it, is the 10% that are already provided with the charger would be inclusive of those that are already ready, or maybe that was not the intent.
Well, we have here 10% with the charger, plus 25% EV ready, how it's called here, and the EV ready is the same as the EV ready I had in my proposal. So EV ready will be with receptacle outlet, and additional 10% will be with electric vehicle charger. So we already increased the service capacity by 35%. So the question is, should we add 10 more for EV capable? That's important.
Because in your proposal, you use EV capable, not EV ready.
I use EV capable and EV ready, and my EV ready has the breaker, has the wire, and has something. I don't require the chargers. And
I see.
With this proposal, we require 10% of the EV parking spaces to be provided with chargers, plus 25%. I'm talking about the residential, plus 25% with receptacle outlet, but it's a complete circuit again. You know, it's not for future installation, it's already there, plus 10% EV capable, which will be with the conduit. So we are going to 45%.
I see. No, that would not be my intent when we smoosh them together.
All right, is there a second? Michael, we'll get to you hopefully after you get a second for discussion.
This is Sue. I'll second that with Stoyan's clarifications.
Okay, thank you, Sue. All right, discussion. Micah, go ahead.
Just ignore me. You guys are already in a vote. Go for it. Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And motion passes.
I heard two people only.
Okay, do you want to take a voice vote?
Let's try that.
All righty.
Andrew? Well,
I'm not gonna vote
okay,
unless
go
I
ahead.
have to.
Sorry. Stu?
Aye.
Sean? I don't think he was here, right? Corey, Thomas? He wasn't here. Todd?
Aye.
Okay. Robert Graber? Chris?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
And Michael Bart?
Well, while here is part of the quorum, I abstained.
So we have 4 yes and 1 abstain. So we have the quorum.
Okay. Well, very good. So I believe we're on to other business now, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there any? Julian and John, do you guys have any other business?
We don't?
Nope.
All right. Anyone else have any other business? All righty. I guess we will adjourn then. Thank you, everyone. I know this has been an intensive meeting, so I appreciate everyone's expertise and time.
It was practice for tomorrow's council meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Good
All right,
stuff.
thank you.
Good job, everyone. Sign.
Can you hit stop recording?
I'm looking for it.
It's at the right-hand side, the 3 buttons. It'll probably be in there.
Well, the buttons disappeared, so
Let's see, or you can make me host.
okay, found it.